Okay, and we're live, and I've got a couple of guests again tonight. Are you guys excited to see Morgana and Lee?
We're
That's funny you're not
back.
showing up as live.
Huh?
I don't see us.
Yeah, we're live. We are
Here we are.
live.
Hi,
Live.
everybody.
Hey guys. Hey.
Hi, hi, hi. Up there's Steph.
Oh, there's Steph.
Oh, Steph is here. Wow, Lee's been busy tonight. He's already come in and done all the stuff.
Yeah.
And then flopped back down in his chair and happened to just be here. Sorry I'm late. I was a few minutes late. Was getting ready to come in here, and then life happens, right? So I had to take care of a couple things real quick. So
That's the way it always
Chaloon,
happens.
Chaloon, hey.
Well, that's because it just started, Steph.
Hey Billy. How's Miss
Hey, Tammy.
Billy? Chaloon says she's setting up a new computer chair. What are the rest of you doing? Sitting backstage, says Lee. Tammy says, because of the time difference, I get to be here for 45 minutes. Yay!
Tammy.
Objection. Hit that like button for our Jenny. Thank you. Thank you.
Jennifer.
Jennifer. I swear I thought you were
Okay,
yelling at
Jenny.
me.
Life is like a box of chocolate.
Bill's eating some chips and salsa. After changing 2 light bulbs, really?
A whole 2. Oh my goodness.
Well, when do you ever really have to change 2 at the same time, though?
Depends on how lazy I am.
You never
Hey,
know.
I'd rather have 2 busted light bulbs than a beeping fire alarm.
Oh, that drives me crazy.
Uh-huh.
Chaloon's got a craving for salsa now.
Oh my god, after a full day of work.
Oh, gosh, Kel.
Tammy left her DNA. Yes. One of the few places you definitely can need to leave your DNA. Want to. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Steph. Hey, QB Designs. Let's see.
Steph, me happy? Why would I be happy?
Billy said doing fine and works great for my time. Scoops.
Scoops.
All right. You have to change 2 light bulbs when you've left one out for a couple of years. All righty. So what have you guys been doing the last couple of hours?
Shower. Just chilling.
Did you have your barbecue, or was it barbecue? What kind of chicken was it?
It's a zesty crock pot barbecue chicken.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was really good.
I refuse to answer on what I was doing, but on the grounds that I might tend to incriminate myself.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're
That's
on the right channel for that.
Precisely.
Oh, because I want to work like you said, Lee. Steph, you ended up putting Steph back to work. She's diamond painted, and now she's ready to go back to work.
Uh-huh. Well, Steph, look at the bright side. Now you get to hear my voice while you work. So now when I pick, I can pick.
Oh my gosh, Steph.
Had to refresh the stream. YouTube is being silly for Chaloon. Oh, Lenore. Chaloon says cooking and now putting my new computer chair together. More like my diamond painting chair. And Tammy's finishing up the Tucker Live and diamond painting. Yeah, the recipe sounds good, right?
I'll have to send it. It's easy, so that's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like those kind of recipes. You just throw stuff in a crock pot or an instant pot and boom.
Yeah.
Yep.
We had
Let
that, and then
them sit all day.
we had those queso cheese bites. They're frozen, you just I threw them in the air fryer.
Yeah,
That was good.
I'll bet. I like the stuff in the air fryer. And Dale has been using that stuff that I showed you guys a couple weeks ago. That was it Drake's?
I
Oh,
think so.
yeah.
That oh my god, that stuff is so good. He's made chicken a couple times with it and fish one night. Oh, God, it's so good. Not good for you because it's fried, but whatever.
I have to try to find some of that and try it.
It was really good. Yeah, Steph, I agree. Crock pot recipes are the best.
Yes.
Sherry was watching
Yeah.
doing diamond painting, watching
Sorry
me.
about that. I'm trying to get my camera just right.
Did you shave
He did.
Yes.
your whole beard?
Yep.
I was gonna say you look different. You had a big old full beard yesterday.
Yep.
What made you
Yeah.
shave it off?
It's too itchy.
Oh.
Now he's smooth as a baby's bottom.
Mm.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far.
Steph, she said he's trying to pick up a second wife.
Oh, gotcha.
Nah, just side candy.
Uh,
Oh my Lord, Steph.
oh Lord.
Oh no, she wouldn't complain about
She's
that.
already starting. Look
Okay,
out.
okay. Scott Peterson. We're going straight into it.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hold on. I have to share the screen first.
Hurry.
Okay, hold on.
Why have carpets when you can have hardwood floors?
Oh,
I did not start it, Steph. That's what Lee told me backstage, and I started it. I said I did not.
You brought up the Woody.
okay. Here we go. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Whenever you are.
All right. And side note, let me know if you see JB's mama in the chat because she said she would be probably joining here in a little while after kiddo goes to bed. So,
All righty. Hey, Jenny.
yeah.
Don't read the address in this first paragraph. I think that'll just start some problems. So,
Okay.
Now I got to maximize it to see what the address is.
Okay. I won't.
just a warning.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so investigative report. Okay. Here we go. 8/29/2003. An interview was conducted with Leora Garcia at her residence. Mrs. Garcia is driving instructor for Love's Driving School. Is it Love's? Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Garcia stated that on 12/24/02, she gave driving lessons to a Noah Ortiz. Mrs. Garcia said that she drove to the Ortiz's home and arrived at approximately 9:50 a.m. She said that she spoke with Mr. Garcia's father for about 10 minutes. Did she mean Mr. Ortiz's father for about 10 minutes?
Probably.
Went over the features of the car with Ortiz. She said that they then drove off for the 2-hour lesson. All right. Mrs. Garcia said that from Ortiz's residence, They drove to Hackett Road, to Morgan Road, right on Hatch Road, left on Central, left on River, right on 9th, blah, 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 blah. Turning onto D Street, she observed a 4-door, full-size pickup, gold-colored, pulling an aluminum boat. The boat was black and red in color. She did not see the occupants of the pickup. The pickup appeared to have a blue tarp in the back with black tape or rope around it. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, Steph, I said the same thing. The only problem is she was trying to be a spoil sport,
What?
not reading the address.
Oh.
Yes, you would have, Steph.
What? Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't. Why they haven't redacted any of these addresses, to be honest. So, but the truck
Mm-hmm.
she's like, that's Scott's truck that she's talking about with the boat, right? But did it say what time?
It looks like about 10 when she left their house, wasn't it? Because she arrived at their house at 9:50 and talked to the father, I guess, for 10 minutes. So
Okay.
about 10 minutes. So somewhere around 10 or a little after.
Okay. Mrs. Garcia stated that they continued to drive on D Street to Bernie, where they turned left and drove past the DMV building, turned right on G Street and through the roundabout onto La Loma Avenue. She said they turned left onto the first street past the bridge and traveled onto Encina Avenue. Mrs. Garcia said that at that point where Encina and Edgebrook Drives intersect from Buena Vista, there's a grassy area with a utility building. Mrs. Garcia said that on this grassy area, she saw an older, reddish-orange colored dog with white around its face. She continued to say that the dog had leather, reddish-colored leash attached to it. She said the dog seemed as though it knew where it was going. And she said it was walking along the Edgebrook Drive area, easterly direction. She stated that when they reached this point in their drive, she believed that the time was approximately 10:25, no later than 10:35.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Garcia said that they continued to drive around the block and then headed back down Edgebrook Drive towards La Loma Avenue. This is sounding like if she saw the truck, then it sounds like he left later than
It
we
sounds
thought.
like he might have left around 10. What time did we think he left?
I thought it was in the 9 o'clock hour somewhere.
Yeah, I thought somebody said around 9:30 or so.
Okay.
Hold on. Mrs. Garcia stated that as they came around a curve and down the hill on Buena Vista, she observed an older model light-colored van. Here we go with a van.
Yeah.
Parked at the curbside near the park. She described the area where the van was parked as near the steps going down into the park. Mrs. Garcia continued to say that it appeared to her that there had been some kind of scuffle which had just occurred, and the door to the van was shut in a hurry and caught a piece of quilted material like a coat.
Hello, Mary Lou.
Hold on, let me reread that.
Hi, Mary Lou.
Hey, Mary Lou. Sorry, I can't see you. I can't see the chat because I'm
Because you're reading.
She described the area where the van was parked as near the steps going down into the park. Mrs. Garcia continued to say that it appeared to her that there had been some kind of scuffle which had just occurred, and the door to the van was shut in a hurry and caught a piece of quilted material like a coat. Okay. Was the coat blue?
Says dark.
Oh, well, there she said the material was dark in color. Mrs. Garcia said that the van squealed its tires as it pulled away from the curb very fast. She said the van ran the stop sign at La Loma, turned right, driving towards downtown. Mrs. Garcia said that she had a very bad feeling about the van and felt as though something bad had taken place. She said that this fear factor feeling shot through her. She said, hold on. She said that she made this comment to her student driver and told him that they needed to get the license number of the van. She said she was able to see that the van had faded Texas license plate with a faded rainbow on the plate. She said that she got a partial plate number of NGH4. Well, that would have been on the back, right?
Some are on the front, aren't they, in some states?
Well, but I mean,
or front and back, yeah.
are they like the same on the front and back? They would be, right?
I would think.
I mean, because here, we ours are on the back.
Right.
So I would assume they would be the same.
I would think.
What was the license plate on that orange van?
They showed a picture of it, but I don't remember what I don't remember seeing a rainbow or anything.
Yeah.
Didn't they say something about a rainbow?
I'm gonna write NGH4 down just in case I hear somebody. I heard somebody popping their head in the back door back here over on the hold on a second. No.
Okay.
NG.
Tammy says that Colorado has front and back.
Well, this is in California.
Yeah, but just like, I guess there's some states, Steph says always on the back, and some states require front too.
Okay.
But I would think it's the same.
Okay.
I mean, it's been the same number. Yeah.
Let me go see who is here. Hi. Are you ready to... where did Lee go?
I don't know. He was moving and like his back was hurting, but then his camera went off.
Oh.
So I don't know if he was hurting. It looked like he was in pain.
Well, I think he's back. JB's mama, are you ready? All right. Go ahead and turn your camera back off if you want to. Okay. All right. Got JB's mama back.
Hello,
Hey,
hello.
girl, how are you?
I'm here.
Did you get some rest?
A little bit.
Good. Okay, I see Lee back. Are you ready, Lee? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay. There you are. Hey, hey. Okay, we got a full house tonight.
We're all here.
All right. So JB's mama, did you get you some good rest though today?
I got a couple hours of sleep. Yeah.
Well, good. At least a couple hours is better than none. But
a couple of more is better on top of a couple than just having a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's get back over here. I had to switch over here to this where I can read this text here. So the plate is NGH.
No, the partial plate.
Right. Partial plate.
The partial plate.
Yeah. But I want to.
And no, Kel, I have no fans, so it's not only fans.
I want to look to see if that. I don't think that van had this NGH4, but wrote it down too just in case.
I can look real quick if you want me to.
If you want to, I remember seeing it plainly, but I just don't remember what it said.
Yeah, neither.
Mrs. Garcia described the van as being off-white or light tan. So that's another one that says light tan,
Mhm.
with the metal rack on top. She said that the van turned the corner onto La Loma. It appeared that it had a solid sliding door with no windows. She said there might have been writing on the side of the van. Mrs. Garcia said that she believes there was more than one occupant in the van. As the door to the van was opened and the dark colored quilted material was pulled into the van and that door was reshut. Ooh.
Mhm.
She said she also noticed that the van had some paint chipping on the upper rear portion of the right rear side of the van. She said that the rear windows of the van were darkly tinted or mirrored. Mrs. Garcia said she believes that the van drove through the roundabout and turned left onto H Street. Mrs. Garcia said that they lost sight of the van after this. Said that she's not sure of the make of the van, but her first impression was that it was a Chevrolet. She said when she got home that evening, she told her husband and her children what she saw. She said that she also told her husband that she needed to watch the news because she wanted to see if anything had happened in the La Loma area that day. Mrs. Garcia said that when she heard about Laci Peterson, she told her husband that she should call the police. She said that her husband told her that she should not call since she did not have a very good description of the van or a full plate number. Well, that's goofy, Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, would
Well,
you call? Would you not have called?
I would think I would have called. I mean, she had a pretty good description. I mean, at least of the what it looked like.
That's what I think.
And
I
with
mean,
that many, with that many numbers on the van, they would have been able to figure out the rest.
Yeah.
So
Even
yeah, I
though-
would have called.
Yeah, with the style of the van, the color of the van, and that many to the plate, then yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah.
that was too descriptive. I mean, it would have been totally different if she would have said, "Oh, well, I saw the van, but I can't remember what color it was." And
Even if she remembered just the color, it wouldn't have done them any good. They had to have more description than they would have had to have more description than that, and she gave it to them.
right,
You know, I would have called. I know that much.
yeah. Especially, I don't know. You know how didn't she say that she got that like fear factor feeling?
Yeah.
So, you know that feeling, like that gut feeling that you
Yeah,
Mhm.
but that gut feeling should have driven her to say something's wrong. I better at least make somebody aware of it. You know,
Yeah.
Right.
it's not. It was. She wasn't in a fight or flight situation.
Right.
She
But
was
then
in an oh shit situation.
she was in the middle of this doing this driver's course, whatever. It's not like she saw somebody yank a woman into the van.
Right. But even later that night, when she did see that somebody was missing from that area, that's when she should have called.
Absolutely, yeah. But what I mean is, like right then, if she, I don't know
Yeah.
that I personally would have like went straight to the police department and said, I think something's fishy with this van. Because then
Right.
they'd be like, why?
Yeah.
But
But
and then
after you see that,
right,
then you would.
Yeah, exactly. When you see that kind of thing, there's a slogan that law enforcement has out now: see something, say something.
Mhm.
because it doesn't matter how small it is. The smallest report could lead to a very large break.
Right. Well, I mean, I for sure would have said something after the fact, like after I saw the news.
Mm-hmm.
I for
Right.
sure would have
There's
said
that
something.
too.
But
There's
if I
that too.
honestly, if I was driving down the road and I was like, well, that car looks suspicious. It depends on why I think it's being suspicious, you know. But if I don't know, her husband
Right.
though, being like, I don't think you have enough information to give the police a description. I think
Yeah, and
she had way more than enough.
Steph said if they follow up.
Well, that's true. It depends on the report they get.
Yeah. But you know how they didn't really follow up supposedly with these other witnesses, so
Mm-hmm.
What JB's mama, what do you think about that? The whole them not following up. I mean, I know that you know, kept up with the trial and stuff, which by the way, I cannot find the trial anywhere online. Nowhere.
Really?
No, I can't find it anywhere. And it's saying that from what I have seen, they said the judge didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. And so
I
these
know
men
for the preceding motions, they weren't allowed in the
okay, I don't know.
preceding motions and stuff like that. But for the actual trial, I remember watching his hair go from bleach blonde to the dark brown.
Um
So, but as far as reporting things, now I can give y'all my perspective. Okay, as some of y'all might know, I live in Arkansas, and I actually live very, very close to where the disappearance of Morgan Nick was. I don't
or
know if
what?
y'all remember that case at all, but that
What
was a 6-year-old little girl who went disappearing. And there's
I
not very much big of an age difference.
I think you're breaking up a little bit. I
Oh,
heard the word Morgan.
Morgan Nick.
I haven't heard of that.
Um, I live very, very close to her case
Mm.
where she went missing from, and there's not much of an age difference there from what she would be. She was a 6-year-old girl who went missing from a ball
Went missing from what?
a ball field
A ball field. Okay.
that her and her mom went to go watch a ball game. Some of their neighbors' friends.
Mm.
So from a very young age, pay attention. If something don't look right, say something.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
kind of done that since I was little.
yeah, it is breaking up quite a bit, JB's mama. I don't know
Oh
why.
no. Here, let me try a different headpiece.
Um, Steph said, "Wait, wasn't she there with her mom and there was a truck?" Oh, wait, Steph. That's questions for JB's mom. I think that's what she's talking about. Because
Can y'all hear me better now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Um, sorry, I can't see chat right now. So, um, what was Steph asking?
She said, "Wait, wasn't she there with her mom and there was a truck and the man didn't have a shirt on?"
Yeah, there's been a lot of in and outs of somebody saw this or somebody saw that or this and that and the other.
Yeah.
So it's what you saw then and what was first reported then is really what they all got to go off of now.
Mm.
So, and that was back in the night.
When was it?
Back in the 90s,
Oh,
early 90s.
okay. I don't think I've heard of it. I don't think I've heard of that case.
Morgan Nick. She's still not found to this day. Her mom actually started the Morgan Nick Foundation.
Wow.
Hmm.
That's so sad. Um, QB Design says the news report showed his hair and stuff, but there was no cameras. allowed in the courtroom. Remember, this was 20 years ago, different then. Yeah, but they did OJ's trial. His was, but of course he was a celebrity too. But I don't know. I just couldn't find anything of the trial there. I did see like there was a lot. It said that all the different news places and stuff were like had tents outside in the parking lot of the courthouse, and they did like big press releases every day, and they would like give rundowns of because media would be in the courtroom, but apparently they couldn't. They didn't like televise it. Apparently, I don't know. Maybe they televised part of it or something. I don't know. Or they did, and then they took it off, and because I can't find it nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know for sure if it was televised or not. But it's weird that you wouldn't be able to find it if it was.
Right. I don't know. I know that A&E did some kind of big thing, and they've like kind of like have condensed it down into like a few parts of like a series of like week one, whatever, the defense is this, the prosecution's that, but like trying to find it, the actual trial, like
The full trial, yeah.
there, it's nowhere. I was so sad too, because last night I was like, I want to look, and I couldn't find it, and I looked off and on today, couldn't find nothing.
Well, it must not have been, because you would think you'd be able to find it.
Yeah.
I'll look on
Yeah, something like that. If it's that big, then you would have been able to find something on it.
Steph says her mom didn't want to let her daughter out of her sight, but she finally relented. The other kids said she bent to tie her shoe as they were running back to their parents, and she was never seen again. Oh, I remember hearing something about that. Is that the one you're talking about, JP's mama?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I think I did hear about that too on something. I don't know. It seems like it was a video though, like it was telling like a documentary or something.
They did have a like a mini docuseries on Hulu not long ago.
Maybe that's where I saw it. Because now that Steph said all that too, it reminded me.
Yeah. Well, I didn't until the part about the bending over to tie her shoe, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I'm gonna look back up on I don't know if y'all ever use Wayback Machine, but I'll look up on Wayback Machine about the Scott Peterson case.
I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, it's called Google.
Well, QB, you see what QB says about it?
I read an article. Is that what the one?
Yeah.
She said, I read an article somewhere that said no cameras allowed. The A&E series was bankrolled by the sister and produced by the ex-defense attorney, by my ex, by
No,
the
ex
attorney.
His, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, Steph says unless it was archived, but why would they do that? Steph says, I've heard about the Wayback Machine, but have no idea how to find or use it. I've never heard of it before.
I haven't either.
The Wayback will pull up even things that were archived. If they were ever online at any point in time, even if they were removed, it'll pull up on the Wayback.
That's cool. Very cool. Just QB Design says, I don't have a defense attorney. Well, it said, and produced by the ex-defense attorney. And I was like, wait a minute.
She's like, it wasn't me. Plead the fifth.
Wasn't me. No, ma'am.
My defense attorney doubles as a psychotherapist.
Right? Oh, which reminds me, I saw a case that flopped across the screen somewhere on my phone or my computer or somewhere where this therapist, this dude who is a therapist who specializes in post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, mental health conditions. Literally, this therapist shot a man down in the street, stuck him in the trunk of his car, and drove through town with him. And people saw him do it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't you know that, Kel? They're called Tucker and Tucker, defenseless attorneys at law.
Defenseless. Defenseless. Oh. I don't know. I was reading on Twitter earlier too about Tucker, and people, are really talking about what a piece he is.
Mm-hmm.
Ay. Okay. Well,
So anyway, back to Peterson.
Yeah, let's get back to this, and we'll see what JB's mama finds if she finds anything good.
I'm gonna try and keep it on track tonight.
Oh, thankfully, I appreciate that.
Sure you are, Lee.
Depending on how bad Kel and Steph goat me that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. They're good for that. Lee is the director of topics.
Okay, Lee, what are we talking about next then?
Oh, God.
You don't want to know.
QB Design says, I don't know. I give him a win for today. I kind of do too, QB Designs. I feel like he had, really kind of held his own today. But
yeah, more than what has been going on.
Steph says she's working, so she's going to be good. Okay.
Given the fact that your heart isn't in work, Steph, then I don't know how easy that's going to be.
She's a workaholic. All right. So,
yeah, well, it's given how hard, given the fact that her heart isn't in it, I don't know how good she's going to be.
Well, true.
So anyway,
here it says Mrs.
See, I
Garcia.
derailed it already.
Huh? What'd you say, Lee? And now he's gonna
I said, see that? I derailed it already.
Whatever. Get out of here. Get out of here. He said your heart
Fine.
ain't.
I'll leave.
Tammy said, like I said, I gave the judge an attaboy. He deserved an attaboy today. Both of them did.
He did. He did.
Mrs. Garcia said that when she got home that evening, she told her husband and her children what she saw. Now, this is what I read already. Okay.
Yeah.
I read that.
Yeah.
Mrs. Garcia said that she later on told some friends who encouraged her to telephone the police. Mr. Garcia said that she did phone the Modesto police about a week or two later. She said that she spoke to a woman who took her statement. She said later on an Officer Hicks phoned her and said that he was going to come by to show her some photographs of a truck and boat. She said that Officer Hicks never came by. However, Mrs. Garcia said that the Modesto police were more interested in the pickup and the boat that she saw than the van that sped away from the La Loma Park. Ooh. Mrs. Garcia was able to provide her calendar, which had the information about her 12/24 appointment with Noah Ortiz. She stated that she had another appointment with Nora. Is it Nora or Noah? Noah Ortiz on 11/03.
Okay, Tammy.
again drove the same route as on 12/24. This appointment was also calendared, however, in her current 2003 book. No further information after that. And then I saw the picture of her calendar, which is right here.
Oh, bye, Tammy. See you
See
tomorrow.
you. See ya. See ya.
Bye bye.
Where is the... Oh, there it is. Here it is. Noah Ortiz, 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's got it marked out through noon. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Exhibit Q. So that right there, though, she talked mostly. I mean, she saw a few different things, right? I mean, she saw the dog running by itself with a leash hanging off of it. She saw
Right.
his truck.
And the boat.
She saw his
the van.
Right. The van, the truck with the boat. So she saw quite a bit. All right, Tammy. See if you're still here. See you tomorrow, probably. Kel says, I need to ask a question. It's coming up now. I had heard about the burglary across the street from the house a long time ago. Why is it relevant? And then Steph explained. Yeah. So apparently, they took up his case, and then they're saying something about what do you call it? Some sort of evidence that they're wanting to do, especially some DNA evidence that they have found from that mattress in the back of that van.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
And a bunch of witness statements like we're going through.
right. Including that.
It looks like the next part that's coming up is this is the lady that her house was broken into.
Okay. Okay, yeah, her name is Medina.
It might have been mine. Billy, my mic moved.
And Steph, it wasn't me. I just got done eating cheesecake.
Oh, cheesecake. What kind of cheesecake? Was it plain or strawberry?
Strawberry.
Yum. All right.
Kel, you need to stop.
Uh-oh. Kel said I was heavy breathing. We can hear you all the way over here, Kel.
Well, I didn't say I wasn't heavy breathing too, but my mic moved too close to it, and you heard it. That's all.
Sorry, I was getting a swig of coffee. All right. So 1/7/2003, contact was made with Susan Medina at her residence on Covina. Mrs. Medina's residence is across the street from Scott Peterson's home. Her residence was burglarized. I almost said I really wanted to say burgled, but burglarized in the time period that Laci Peterson disappeared. Mrs. Medina stated that on December 24th, Robert Nickerson, a building inspector for the city of Modesto, came to her home to conduct an inspection. She said that Mr. Nickerson arrived between 8:15 and 8:30 a.m. She said that her husband let him into the side gate. She said that Mr. Nickerson and her husband talked for a while after the inspection, and she believes that Mr. Nickerson left her home about 9:30 a.m. And I have to say this every time I read the Medina, I keep on da 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 dun dun da da funky cold Medina.
Okay.
Sorry, it's the music at first. You know that
Dun, dun,
da
dun, 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 dun,
da da.
dun, dun, dun,
Uh,
dun.
they sell hamburgers and stuff.
Oh, the Hamburglar.
Oh, right. Okay. So Mrs. Medina stated that on December 20. Oh, no. Sorry, wrong paragraph. Mrs. Medina said that she and her husband got ready to go to her son's residence in Southern California for the Christmas holiday. She said that while they were in their vehicle in their driveway, she telephoned her son to let him know they were on their way. Mrs. Medina said that she telephoned her son at 10:33 a.m. She was able to confirm this with her cell phone bill. She said that when they left, she recalled looking around the neighborhood and she noticed that Mr. Peterson's pickup was not home at that time. She said that Laci's vehicle was parked in the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Stated that she had noticed a light powder blue colored pickup parked about one house down. She said that she had noticed this vehicle in the neighborhood more than one time during the month of December. She described the truck as an older, possibly 80s model mid-sized pickup. She said that it appeared to be a worker's truck. Mrs. Medina said that she did not see the occupants of the vehicle. She said that she and her husband did not have a gardener doing their yard maintenance during the time of Mrs. Peterson's disappearance. Okay, so before we get into the burglary, because that's what the next paragraph has to do with, what, I mean, I know that not all neighborhoods are the same, right? But if you have a weird looking vehicle that's like hanging around in your neighborhood, would you not like talk to your neighbors and be like, call Sue across the road and be like, Sue, have you seen this blue truck sitting over there in so and so's driveway? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess depends on how friendly you are.
Mm-hmm.
You talk to your neighbors or not.
Yeah, unfortunately, nowadays you don't see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you did 20 years ago.
Well, that's probably more like it then.
And Mrs. Medina seems like a little bit of a nosy neighbor. Like
Yeah.
you would think she would be the one to call people up and be like, you know.
Yeah, because this is not the interview part of her. The thing I read the other day, it must be back farther in the papers here because it was more detailed and she was talking about after they got home and everything. And I don't think this one is going into that as much.
Okay.
So we might find it some other time and go over it.
Right. Okay.
I think it is further down. There's more about that Medina. Look, now I'm trying to say Medea.
There's more about the funky cold Medina.
Well,
The
we got
burglary.
and
But
then
more about the burglary is on down in the document.
Right.
Okay.
Somewhere there I read the other day when I was reading through some of this.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll see part of it, but Mrs. Medina. No. Hold on. Okay, that was the part here about the gardener. All right. here we go. Mrs. Medina stated that the police informed her that the burglars were in her home for 3 hours. What? How does the police know that the burglars were in her home for 3 hours?
I don't know.
Okay. She said the police also told her that the burglary occurred on December 26th. See, now wait a minute. This is making me go back to what JV's mama was saying the other day about it would have had to have been on the 24th early because well, what time did she say that they were still home? Like 10 something, I thought.
They were
said
leaving at
9:30.
10:30, weren't they?
Okay.
Nope, 9:30.
Okay, so I'm thinking what I had read was that even on the 26th, there wasn't like a lot of media in the streets and stuff because it was still just local news. It hadn't like widespread out to different like big news outlets at that point. And so is it possible that the burglary did happen later? Like when there wasn't cops and stuff around. Like maybe these burglars didn't know what was going on and didn't know any better, you know?
Right across the street.
I know. I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. Clavicle.
Clavicle. Well, I don't know, because you would think the police were over there before that, and you would think they would have been in that area. Would they have taken the chance with the cop cars and stuff over there?
Well, it probably depends on. I mean, they did rob the house in the daytime, right?
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Let's see. She said that the police told her that the burglary occurred on December 26th. Mrs. Medina said she feels that the police dismissed the burglars as suspects in Mrs. Peterson's disappearance too quickly. She said that she did not believe that the burglars were in her home for 3 hours. She said that there were many things in plain view that were not taken or tampered with. Mrs. Medina said that for the most part, nothing was messed up in her home. Mrs. Medina said that she also found it curious to think that the suspects would commit the burglary in her home while so much was going on in the neighborhood, with police, etc., looking for Mrs. Peterson. She did supply the name of Eric Diaz, who is a gardener who does yard maintenance for some of the homes on Covina Avenue. No further information. Okay. So what I want to know is, how did these police come up with 3 hours? If there's no surveillance video, how do they know that the burglars were in their house for 3 hours?
I have no idea how they would know that. I'm with you there. I don't know.
Any idea, JB's mama?
Nope. I think they were more tunnel visioned.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think that they're saying 3 hours, it sounds like, to put a certain time frame around where different, witnesses' statements are going to be invalid, or to make it seem that way. And also, JB's mama, something that was brought up last night. We were talking about, how you had said the other day that there were 2 different witnesses that said that one said that she had on dark clothes, and then another person said she had on tan pants or something like that.
No, The Scott and numerous witnesses said she was wearing black pants and a white shirt, but yet she was found in khaki pants when she was washed up on the bay.
Okay. Well, what I was thinking about was that um, one of the witness statements that we read yesterday, that was one that saw Laci walking the dog. She said that she saw her with dark pants and a blue nylon jacket, but she didn't know what color her top was underneath the jacket. But several other witnesses have said that who they saw had on like dark pants and like a light colored top. And what I was thinking, I told Lee and Morgana and everybody in the chat last night, was what if she had like started out that morning walk with the jacket, and then by the time, and that's when that one witness saw her, and then later on when these other witnesses saw her, she had walked for a few minutes struggling with this dog who won't do what it's supposed to be doing, and she takes her jacket off and ties it around her waist. If it's a dark jacket, it might blend in with the dark pants. See what I'm saying?
That's true, but what woman who's 8 months pregnant is going to tie something else around her belly?
Oh, that's true.
I don't know about y'all, but I didn't want nothing to touch my belly when I was that far along pregnant.
That's true, especially at 8 months. I didn't think about that. But like I was also thinking, it's December. I mean, I know that they're in California, but it depends on what, in Modesto, is it like the hot part of California, or is that the like
It's,
nice kind of
it's
chilly
up by
California?
San Francisco.
Okay. So it can get pretty like chilly and windy.
Yeah.
Because it's by the bay. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, you would think.
But I was saying, whenever I was pregnant, I was always hot, burning up, sweating. Oh, okay. Kayleen said Modesto is hot. Okay. Even in December? That's what I wonder. Hey, Dawn. She says, hi, Jenny. Sorry I'm late. My daughter's leaving for India tomorrow. Wow, that's cool.
Hello, Dawn.
She wanted to do a Zoom with the family. That's sweet. Well, safe travels for her, and I hope she has an amazing time. India, wow. Is it just
Voice
for like
keeps skipping
short
out.
term? Like, what's she going? I mean, not to be nosy, but like, what's going on in India?
Hey, Dawn.
All right. But the 3 hours, yeah, that blows my mind. I'm like, how in the world can they tell that somebody was in? The only way that I can know of, that they could come up with that would be to have some kind of surveillance. So hold on, I have to let this dog in the bedroom before she tears my door down.
Hey, Dawn. Again. See, I'm being nice today.
You are, Lee. I thought maybe you just fell asleep or something.
No. I'm just being nice. Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
What did he say is wrong? Is he not feeling good?
No, he said he's feeling nice today.
Oh.
That's what she means. Am I sick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something's wrong if Lee's not being not nice, right?
Yeah. Something's wrong if I'm not being dirty.
Yeah.
All right.
Don, you haven't heard the half of what goes on in here when I'm here.
Facts. Okay. So that was Mrs. Funky Cold Medina.
Funky Cold
Uh,
Medina.
Dun, dun, dun. All right. Exhibit R. Let's see what this is. I was expecting more stuff about the dog, but we haven't seen much of that.
Yeah, not yet.
Investigative report. This is from, Mr. Robert Nickerson, the building inspector. Okay.
Mhm. They'd been there, yeah.
All right. Well, maybe this is the guy that can tell us that why they were there for 3 hours and how he knows that. Why else would they talk to him if he's a building inspector, you know?
Yeah.
All right. So January 10th, 2003, contact was made with Mr. Robert Nickerson, who's a building inspector with the city of Modesto. He confirmed that he inspected a project at the Medina home. He said that he arrived at about 8:20 a.m. on December 24th. Now, I want to know who in the name of God is doing building inspections on Christmas Eve?
Well, some people do work then. It's usually Christmas Day that get off.
I have got to go.
Oh,
I was just reminded of a prior commitment,
okay.
so I will talk to you all later. I'll probably check in now and then because it's a prior commitment with another creator. So
Okay. And well, thanks for coming now. Come back when you know,
I most certainly will.
he's going to love us and leave us.
Yeah.
No, you can always get me on Instagram, you know.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone. It's like, peace
Yeah.
out. He's long gone. Okay. We will miss him.
Yep.
All right. Where was I? On December 24th, and went to the backyard area to inspect the building project. Mr. Nickerson said that he spent about 50 minutes with the Medinas answering some additional questions they had. He said that he believes he left the Medina home at around 9:20 a.m. to 9:25 a.m. Said that as he walked to his vehicle, he had a clear view of the Petersons' residence. Mr. Nickerson said that there were no vehicles on the street in front of the Peterson home, nor were there any vehicles in the driveway of the residence. Okay. But
Her
her
car.
car was supposed to have been there.
Do what?
Her car was supposed to have been there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying at the same time you said it. So that's strange.
Any ideas, JB's mama, what that's about?
Her car was still there, right?
It was
And she
supposed
says what now?
It was supposed to have been, but this building inspector said that at
He didn't see
9:25
anything.
a.m., 9:20 to 9:25, he had a clear view of their residence and said there were no vehicles in their driveway or in front of the home.
Hmm.
Did she leave and come back?
Well, I don't remember ever seeing that in the timeline.
No,
That
I
she,
don't remember seeing that either.
hmm.
Oh, I was looking up what the weather was in Modesto, California on the
Yeah.
24th. The high was 48. That was reached at 3 p.m.
Oh,
The low
wow.
was 34, and that was shortly after 6 a.m.
Okay, so it was chilly there then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Kayleen said Modesto in December is 50 degrees or so. So you're right about the jacket. Okay. Yeah. Um, I, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was just telling Morgana and Lee and everybody last night. I'm like, whenever I mean, not that every pregnant woman is the same, but when I was 8 months pregnant, and if it was cold out, I would not be. I would get I would get overheated. You know what I mean? And just the thought of like going outside and walking a dog that's a big golden retriever.
Yeah, that's dragging you down the road, probably.
Literally, I mean, because they said that there were a couple of witnesses that described how he was like jumping on her, and she was having a hard time like keeping him controlled. Like he wanted to go one way and she wanted to go the other, and
Right.
so I'm just kind of thinking, what if she got too hot, took it off, wrapped it around?
Probably still wrap it around just below her belly.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of why, if the woman said that who she saw had a blue jacket on
Right.
earlier in the morning, and then people in the later part of the morning said it was that she didn't have a jacket on. I'm just thinking, if you're out in your yard or you're in your window looking whatever, and you look out and see a pregnant woman walking down the road, if they're very far away, if that blue jacket is similar in color to the pants, if it's a dark blue, you're not going to notice that jacket if it's tied around her waist. So
yeah, exactly.
Steph
said I'm taking Tylenol PM, and I already took Klonopin, so wish me luck for staying awake, she said. Steph's going to pass out on us.
Sweet dreams, Steph. I don't think it'll last much longer. She's probably already got
Steph's already
snoring. She's already snoring. Yeah, she got slobber drooling down past her chin about right now.
Oh my gosh. Don't get it in the scoops.
Oh, yeah.
Slobber in the scoops.
Golly.
She's doing like how I was earlier today. She's out.
Oh my gosh. I do that when I diamond paint sometimes.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
I have never fallen asleep while diamond painting.
And I'll sit there and I'll hold my tray in my hand, because that's how I diamond paint. I hold the tray in my hand.
Yeah.
And I'll wake up and I'll still be holding the tray, and my pen will be like on the diamond painting, and I'm holding it. And my husband will be over on the couch, and he's like, honey. And I'm like, what? And I'll jump. He'll go, oh, well, I knew you were asleep because you weren't moving. Your hands were going back and forth, back and forth. He said, you're going to spill those one of these days.
I'm one of those sleeping people that jerks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do that.
So I would totally be the one where I would like sling drills all over the place.
Yeah.
Steph says, I got an hour, but I already slobber as it is. There you go. She's got already wobbly headed. Dawn, I saw your comment. I went back up into the chat to see. She said that her daughter's going to India for 3 months.
Wow.
Nice. All right. Okay. All right. Well, tell her that we wish her all the best. Traveling.
Yeah, safe travel.
Yeah, safe travel.
That's amazing, though. Lee's right. I need to keep things highlighted so I know where I ended.
We talk about the vehicles in the driveway, that there weren't any.
Yep. So your Mr. Nicholson said that he.
Okay, good deal. You guys are awesome at keeping me on point here. Mr. Nickerson said that he's familiar with the Petersons and their residence because he inspected their swimming pool in December of 2001. Mr. Nickerson stated that when he left, he recalled that he had to drive around the vehicle to get out. He said that he is not certain, but he believes that there possibly was a white Ford van parked in front of his vehicle that he had to drive around. Mr. Nickerson said that he recalled that this van had 2 back doors and the paint was chipping around the window and he could see gray primer. Mr. Nickerson said that the van had a crude rack on top with wooden cross supports.
There's a van again.
Mm-hmm. Poppy, what are you doing? Mr. Nickerson said that he cannot be sure that he saw this van in front of him when he left the Medinas or another residence. However, he does know that he had to drive around something parked in front of him to exit from the Medina residence. He stated that he also saw a bicyclist drive by. He described the individual as a white male, 40s, with tan sweats and a windbreaker on a 10-speed bike. He said that he was heading north towards the park, and he had no further information.
Well, that's interesting because what's the lady that her house was? Oh, Medina, the Medina lady. In the other statement I was telling you I had read there, she's the one, her and her husband, that saw the bicyclist, and she thought he looked suspicious when they were leaving. And then, so they went around, like, made a, circled back around to see what he was doing, because she just thought he looked suspicious. So, and because she said he, I don't know, he just didn't look like he should be there.
Right.
But so this guy saw the bicyclist too, apparently, because it would have been close to that same time, I would think.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he had anything to do with any of it, but
I don't know.
Now Mickey Joe said that's her.
Yeah, just got big laugh.
She's really laughing about that one. Does she mean she falls asleep doing what?
Probably crocheting and falls asleep and jerks
in the middle of it. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Slobbers, probably. Yeah.
Know the feeling.
Okay. Mr. Nickerson stated that he also saw. Oh my God. Never mind. I already read that part. Okay. Let's scroll down. Exhibit S. Let's see what we got.
Jackson.
Diane Jackson. January 16th, 2003, contact was made with Diane Jackson at her residence. Mrs. Jackson stated that on December 24th at 11:40 a.m., okay, she was driving home from the hand therapist.
What? All right.
The hand therapist.
Sorry.
She said that she drove down Covina Avenue toward Edgebrook Drive. Mrs. Jackson said that as she drove past the residence, she observed 3 short, dark-skinned males standing near a tan beige van. Okay. Didn't the other people say it was 2 and they were white? 2 men that were white? Or did they say what their skin color was?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember because I've read different accounts of different people seeing men by vans.
I know, right?
So I thought did somebody say white on one of them and then somebody said Hispanic?
Oh, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe.
Or,
I can't remember.
I'm not sure.
I was going to tell y'all what I was planning on doing for this, and I wasn't able to do it today, unfortunately, because Tucker and that massive big nap. I was going to write footnotes for all the exhibits. That way, for this one, like they're saying, however many men and
Mhm.
the ethnicity things along that line, what they saw. I was gonna do that, but
You're awesome.
today kind of went kapluki. So I will work on that tomorrow.
Oh, well, that would be cool. That would be super cool.
Try to keep
But I
track.
mean, don't feel like I don't want you to feel like you have to do any of that. It's apparent to me that you are super sleuthy anyway.
Yeah.
But that is cool. Steph said this van man literally where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
What is she talking about? I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
Oh, she's singing the song.
Oh, okay.
She's singing Outcast. Ooh.
Gotcha. I was like, what?
Hmm.
I thought
Oh,
the
here she said that the three short, dark skinned males standing near a tan beige van. She said that they were dark skinned, however, they were not African American. She said that the van was parked on the street in front of 516 Covina. Whose address was 516? Because
was
I
that the
don't
one that was robbed?
it was right around there because I know that the Medinas and Stacy and I keep saying Stacy, Lacey and Scott lived on Covina.
It's the Medina home that was the 516. Because
Okay.
that inspector said he arrived at that home and he gave you the address. So
Okay. Good deal. So that's where the van was parked.
mhm.
So there's that. And that was at
11:40.
11:40.
And they had already left, hadn't they?
Yeah, I think they said they had left at 10 something.
10:30 or I think.
Mrs. Jackson said that the back of the van had two doors. The left door was open and the right door was closed. Mrs. Jackson said that she could not see inside the van. She said that one male was standing on one side of the open door and another male was standing on the other side of the open door. Mrs. Jackson said that the third male was standing on the grass about 5 feet away. Mrs. Jackson stated that she at first thought they were landscapers. However, she did not observe any tools. She said that as she passed, they all turned and looked at her as she passed. She said that she found this unusual. Why would she find that unusual? She said that she had the feeling that they were up to no good. So at first she thinks that they're landscapers, but then as she drives by and they watch her drive by, now they're up to no good. That's weird. Mrs. Jackson said that she's sure of her time because as she drove home from the hand therapist, she knew that her husband would be home at noon for lunch. She said that when she pulled into her driveway, she looked at her watch and it was 11:40 a.m. She said that she made a mental note to herself that she would have time to fix her husband's lunch. So she's sure of that time. Mrs. Jackson stated that when she heard the Medina's home at 516 was burglarized on the Friday after Christmas, she telephoned the police to tell them what she saw. Okay, so let's go back. It's 11:40 a.m. The last time most of these witnesses that saw Laci walking the dog was at the 10:30 range. So I know that they said JB's mama, didn't they say something in the trial about somebody witnessed the two guys or something coming out of the house with a
safe
or a trunk?
Yeah.
Okay. And you remember what time that was, give or take?
It was in that morning time frame. I can't pinpoint exactly which one that was.
Right.
right off the top of my head. But I will go back. And like I said, I'm going to go back and look at these and put footnotes down. So,
I'm just wondering, like, I'm trying to vision in my head, like, so far she hasn't said anything about seeing Laci walking the dog at 11:40. So
Yeah.
obviously, whatever happened to Laci happened before that, unless I just haven't got to that part yet, right?
Yeah, I don't think she saw her, or from what I can see on the next page there.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm just trying to think. You know, when they had that door open, was did they just get done slinging that safe in the back of there, or did they have Laci back there, or did they have both of them back there, or
Yeah, I mean, who knows? But if they seem to be suspicious to her for some
Right.
reason.
This is something else I've been thinking about. Is it out of the like realm of possibility that um they put her in that van and take
Mhm.
off with her? We're playing devil's clavicle.
Right.
So what if is it out of the realm of possibility, right, that they took her in the van and that's not the van that was caught on fire, right?
Right.
What because if that back of that van was open, even partially,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't you think that maybe the witnesses that saw that would have potentially maybe saw a mattress in the back of the van?
I mean, you maybe depends on how much they had the door open. Was it all the way open or just
Said
partially?
that
And they're standing there.
the left door was open and the right door was closed.
But was somebody standing there too? You know what I mean? In the open door. Didn't she say somebody was standing on one side of the door?
She said somebody was standing on one side and somebody was standing on the other side of the open door. So to
Mhm.
me, that kind of makes me feel like she could have possibly had a straight shot look into the back of the van, but I'm sure if she would have seen a mattress, she would have been like, there was a mattress in the back of that van. But what I'm getting at is if that's not the van that's burnt up a mile away,
Right.
could they have known about this van or one of them stolen that van or
that's,
somebody
that's
have
what,
been an owner of that van and they're like, hey, this junk van we got sitting over here with a mattress on it, let's go dump her in there and
Yeah, you mean switch vehicles or
set her
something.
on
that's
fire.
what
Go
I was
somewhere
thinking
else.
is devical clavicle there is what if that wasn't the only van used?
Yeah,
Maybe they
Yeah.
used one van for the burglary and was like, oh crap, all these people done seen us in this and we got another van.
that's what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
That's like it just because there's the white van doesn't mean that orange van wasn't a part of it either.
Right. Exactly.
Because if they're seen by multiple people, and who in the world in broad daylight on a busy street with people walking their dogs is gonna rob a place? That's just dumb.
Yeah.
They was trying to be Larry. Okay, goodbye.
Huh? Oh,
They
Larry the
was
Cable
trying to be.
Guy. Well, anyway, I don't know. I just think that would be if they were smart, then they would have like been like, yeah, we're gonna have to. People have seen us in this van. We can't have like evidence in the back of this van. So let's move this pregnant woman into this other van that we're getting ready to set fire to. I don't know.
Right.
Uh,
Never. I mean, could be a possibility.
Here's my deal. What if that whatever had happened to Lacey
mhm.
happened in the orange van. Hence why one that was set on fire.
Oh, you're breaking up again, JB's mama.
Okay.
She
You
wants
hear
to.
me now?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay. I said, what if whatever that was bad happened to Laci happened in the orange van, not the original van?
Right. Yeah.
Or they burnt the orange van to conceal the bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I'm envisioning. I feel like if that is the potential like theory, I'm just thinking, okay, they didn't intend on kidnapping anybody, but this chick walks by, she spots them, they jerk her up into that van and haul tail with her and the safe, and you know, uh, get her over to the where that orange van is, put her in there, and do whatever they kill her there, and then set the van on fire. And but how in the world are they going to get her to, you know, if they're the ones that did it, how do they get her from the van to the bay?
Why didn't they use the first van? The deed is done in the van that's burnt. Not saying the first van isn't the transport van. Does that make sense?
But how do you think that they're going to get, like, you think that they done the bad stuff in the van, the orange van, and then put her back in the white van?
Well, it's a lot easier to manipulate somebody who's unalive. Especially if you got 3 fellas.
Well, maybe.
Clavicle. I still think Scott
Clavicle.
Peterson's guilty.
Devicle's clavicle. Billy says, could Scott have hired them to do it?
Ooh.
Steph says, I only just realized recently that song was written for Erykah Badu's mom. Oh. Big Boy is actually from the next town over from me, Springfield, Georgia. Ooh. Oh, her and Kel are talking about the Outcast.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. So we have Mrs. Jackson stated that when she heard the Medina's home at 516 burglarized on the Friday after Christmas, on the phone to tell them what she saw. She said that tomorrow, January 17th, 2003, she is scheduled for hypnosis at the Modesto Police Department. What? In an attempt for her to remember more about what she saw.
I didn't know who said that.
Mrs. Jackson said that she would call if she remembered any further information. She's scheduled for hypnosis at the police department?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know police departments did hypnosis, but maybe they do.
I think that was like a thing back in the early 2000s, late 90s, because wasn't that the hypnosis kind of phase?
Well,
craze.
And back when they started using like what do they call it? Like not fortune tellers, but you know what I'm talking about? Psychics, yeah, to help like with missing people cases and stuff like that. I guess maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. I didn't know it was a thing back then.
I didn't either. I'm like, if you're gonna get hypnotized, you go to the doctor to do it, not the daggone police department. But what do I know?
Yeah.
Exhibit T. Let's see. This is Ricardo Cordova. Do any of these names ring a bell to you, JB's mama, as far as like testimony from the trial?
Yeah, Miss Jackson, this Cordova fella, um, uh, I don't remember their name. Right off the top of my head. Oh, there's a
Uh,
lot of them that like are like, hey, yeah, that sounds familiar. Oh, that one sounds familiar. When I'm reading along,
yeah.
that's why another point to summarize footnotes. I need it for myself to keep it straight because I can't remember who sometimes.
Well, I have a question then. Why do all of these say no further information given or no, like,
Because I believe that's where they were either calling into the tip line, and those are the ones that either that's what they got the narrative down. That's what they went back and stated after the police or an investigator or somebody got a hold of somebody who left a
okay.
tip line or just gotten hold of these people in general. That's all that was stated. So it's just a brief summary of a report, an incident report.
And then a lot of them said, like, towards the end of them, like, I left the call and then they said they will call me back, but I never heard back from them,
Yep.
Right. Did you see what QB said? My ex-defense attorney had me hypnotized once.
Oh,
Oh my God, QB design.
Oh.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Steph said barbecue, he made you commit the crime so he could make money. Oh, that was funny.
Steph called you Jennifer now. Did you see that?
Steph said what?
Called you Jennifer to not pay
Uh-oh.
attention to her because she was off topic.
Oh, I'm way off topic, Jennifer. Don't read me. Oh God, you're such a crap.
Now you're Jennifer.
Vicky said maybe they used Scott's boat. Ooh.
Mm.
Nikki's being super sarcastic there because
Mhm.
she's a full blown Scott did it. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, all right, and I think he did too. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, but I'm all for Devicle's clavicle.
Right.
If there's some kind of like reasonable doubt to be had, I want to sniff it out,
Yeah. It needs to be checked out. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so contact was made on 5/19/03 with Superior Court Judge Ricardo Cordova. Judge Cordova lives around the corner from the Peterson residence. Judge Cordova stated that on 12/23, 2002, at approximately 10:15 p.m., someone knocked on his door. Judge Cordova said that he was already in bed, and by the time he got to the door, she saw is the judge a he or a she?
The name's Ricardo, so I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
yeah, I think that's a male.
And by the time he got to the door, he saw a male subject walking across his lawn. Because it says she saw right there. So that kind of threw me.
Right.
Judge Cordova said that he went outside. He saw a male subject walking across the yard, his lawn. He said that he went outside and confronted the individual, who he described as a white male adult, late 30s, 5'10", 170 pounds, and dirty blonde hair. Judge Cordova said that this male subject told him that his girlfriend was visiting a sick relative at, how do you pronounce that?
Don't ask me about that one.
Tulum General Hospital. And her car broke down in Greeley Hill, and he asked for money to go help her. Okay, the subject told Judge Cordova that he lived in the neighborhood, indicating a house with a white station wagon in the driveway. Judge Cordova said that the man also told him that he tried to contact some of the neighbors, however, no one else was home. Judge Cordova said that he sent the individual away. The
Okay.
judge stated that he felt that the subject was casing out his home and possibly the neighborhood. He said that at the time, he was an attorney for the public defender's office, and there was a burglary case that his office conflicted out of.
What?
Okay.
What does that mean?
Judge Cordova said that in this case, the defendant used the same story about his girlfriend being broke down in Greeley Hill. Wow. Cordova said that he looked at the booking photograph of this defendant. However, it was not the same person who came to his home on 12/23. The judge said that early morning on Christmas Day, he talked to Detective Sabron Banks of the Modesto Police Department. Judge Cordova said that he knows Detective Banks from previous cases through the public defender and from various public service activities. He said that he explained the situation regarding the subject on 12/23, and he was walking with Detective Banks to show him where the subject indicated he lived. He observed a pair of women's sandals with a flower pattern laying alongside of the roadway. Judge Cordova said that the shoes were located about 3 houses away from the Peterson residence. He said that he pointed the shoes out to Detective Banks. Judge Cordova said that that Detective Banks showed no interest in the shoes and walked on. The judge said that Detective Banks did not take any notes or write down his statement. Well, that's weird.
Yeah. That is strange.
Was it ever said what kind of shoes Laci had on?
I don't remember that.
I want to say they were dark colored shoes, but I'm not 100% on that one.
Well, would they have been sandals or tennis shoes?
I don't think they were going to be sandals because
wouldn't
she always had a problem putting her straps on her sandals because she's being pregnant.
Okay. Okay. Judge Cordova stated that on 12/26, he was driving home and he observed the Modesto police search team. He said that he recognized Detective Doug Ridenour, so he approached him and told him about the subject casing his home on 12/23. Cordova said Detective Ridenour asked him to wait for the sergeant in charge to arrive to take his statement. Cordova said that he gave his report to the sergeant, name unknown, in charge, who took down his name and made notes. Cordova said that this was the first that anyone actually made a report about the incident. You would think that being a judge, that they would be like, he would have been like way more adamant about this
Well,
information.
then he wasn't a judge then, was he?
I believe it was.
Oh, I thought he said at that time he was a attorney.
Oh,
Could have been, but either way, if I would have
could have
been
been, yeah.
any kind of like lawyer or judge, either one, if I
Yeah.
felt like somebody was casing my house and stuff was going on and in the neighborhood,
Still, yeah. I mean, they should,
right?
have
Yeah.
taken it more serious, of course, but there we are again.
I know, right?
It seems like a lot of the tips were not followed through and halfway reported, and yeah.
Yeah. Cordova said that another neighbor, Albert, Albert Yu, who
Yeah.
lives at the northeast corner of Covina and Edgebrook, told him that the same guy came to his house on 12/23 and said that he was looking for his dog. The subject also pointed out that he lived at the house with the white station wagon. Well, this dude's telling all the neighbors different stories, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Cordova stated that on 12/27 or 12/28, Detective Reed from Modesto Police came to his home as they were canvassing the neighborhood. Judge Cordova said he again told them about the guy case in his house on 12/23. Cordova said that it was obvious that there was no communication between the officers as they had no information about his report of this incident.
That's not surprising
No, not at all.
from what we've seen anyway, or heard.
Mm-hmm. Good gravy. Judge Cordova said that he had previously met the Petersons at a community meeting regarding issues in the neighborhood.
Neighborhood.
Judge
In the
Cordova
neighborhood.
said that he recalled Scott and Laci Peterson stating that when they took walks in the park and encountered homeless or transient people camping out, they would approach them and tell them to leave. Judge Cordova said that he thought this to be a bit bold and potentially dangerous. Judge Cordova said that he was concerned to think that Laci might be bold enough to confront someone like this on her own. And then it says Judge Cordova had no further information at this time.
Well, something I think it was something I was watching, like I don't know which thing I was watching, but they were talking about her and people saying that she was really bold as far as like they'd seen her hollering at kids to get out off her grass and just different things. Now I don't know. This was neighbors, I guess. I think that was even in this report, maybe from the lady across the street that her house was broken into. Somebody was saying, giving the report that she was kind of bold like that. If stuff was going on and things that she didn't think should be happening in the neighborhood, she wasn't afraid to like confront somebody.
Okay.
So that makes you think if she saw somebody breaking into the house across the street, what's she going to do? Maybe.
Right. She's gonna. Well, and to be honest, and here it is broad daylight, she probably felt like a little bit more brave to do that than
Right.
she would have in late in the evening or something.
Right. So I don't know, but that's strange that he, said that about that or brought that up.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Let's see. Billy says not flip flops in December, right? I know.
Yeah.
Huey Sign says tunnel vision. Mickey was being snarky. Steph said the problem is it's so long ago, it's going to be hard to get any new information if they follow up on info now, right?
Yeah.
Steph said that cold and walking a dog who pulled her when she was pregnant, definitely not sandals.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Steph.
All right. Let's see. Exhibit U. What is this business here? Is this another investigative report? Yep.
Yeah.
Patty Ringler. Who's Miss Patty Ringler? It says 5/27/03. Contact was made with Patty Ringler. Mrs. Ringler stated that on 12/25 at approximately 6:30 a.m., an old brown colored van at 6:30 a.m. An old brown colored van drove slowly down Highland Drive near her home. Mrs. Ringler said that the van stalled in front of her home. Mrs. Ringler said that there were two women in the van, and one of the women exited the van swearing. Mrs. Ringler said that this woman appeared to be agitated because the van stalled. She said that this woman came to the front door of her home and told her that she had ran out of gas. Mrs. Ringler said that the woman told her that she and her friend needed to get to Empire, California. Mrs. Ringler said that her husband gave the women some gas so they could drive on. She stated that she asked the woman why she was driving down Highland if she was going to Empire, and the woman told her that she always goes that way. Weird. She said that the woman appeared to be in a hurry. She continued to say that the woman reminded her of drug people.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Ringler described the woman who came to her door as a white female, slight build, long dark hair, rough looking, and not very well dressed. Mrs. Ringler said that the other woman stayed inside the van and she did not get a good look at her. Mrs. Ringler described the van as having windows in the back, solid on the sides, and with some type of rectangular cardboard stuff tied on top. And she had no further information. Huh.
Okay.
Well, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, I don't understand because we hadn't heard any before about like women driving the van.
Right.
So I don't know what that pertains to, but
That could have been one of those witness statements that they think, oh, I think I saw some. I'm going to call it and report it just in case.
Right.
Well, though, that's the first time we've heard of a van colored brown that's more similar to that orange van than anything else van-wise that we've heard. But
Right. Darker anyway.
yeah. 6/14/03, contact was made with Kathy Albert at her place of employment. Okay, this is the gas station.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Albert is a clerk at the USA gas station on Miller Avenue. She stated that she observed a tan, cream-colored van hanging out in the parking lot of the business during the month of December 2002. Ms. Albert described the van as being an older model, full-size van with a tan, cream-colored spare tire cover in the rear, silver-colored ladder in the rear, and cream-colored curtains. Okay, that's the same van as the
But
one.
was it tan or was it white? The other one they were talking about. I'm not sure.
Some of them said white or tan.
Yeah. And she said cream or tan, so
yeah.
it just depends on what, some people describe colors differently, but they're the same daggone color.
Right.
Tan, cream, white.
Unless you do diamond art.
Unless you
310 is 310.
Right.
Yeah.
200. Is it 5200 or is it 3865?
Right.
Just send a diamond painter out there. They're going to tell you exactly what shade it is.
I know.
Or is it ecru?
Right? Oh. We walk up to somebody and say, "What DMC color is your van?"
Yeah. Let's match it.
Okay. Well, it just stopped me because of them talking about the spare tire cover and the ladder and the curtains.
Yeah.
Because that was brought up.
The curtains in the windows.
Yeah. Let's see. Ms. Albert stated that there were two males that were inside the van. She described the driver of the van as a Mexican male adult, 6 feet tall, large build, and short hair. The other subject was described as a white male adult, medium height, 135, and scruffy looking. Okay. Miss Albert said that she had to chase them off of the lot for loitering at least 4 different times. She said they also tried to steal gas. Miss Albert said that she did write down the license plate number of the van, however, misplaced it. She said that she would continue to look around for the license plate number. She said that she only works weekends. She said that the last time she saw the van was on Saturday, December 21st. She said that she did not work on December 24th. She said that she did not see the van anymore when she came back to work the following weekend. Ms. Albert stated that when the van was hanging around the store, she observed on 3 different occasions the subject from the van using the public telephone to call someone. Ms. Albert said that a few minutes after they made their call, a male subject in a white Dodge pickup would come to meet them. No further information.
Hey, Kel, I think basically what they're trying to do is show that there were so many reports of similar colored vans in the neighborhood that any of these could be a van that took Laci.
Yeah, they don't
That
have the DNA from the van, from the mattress yet.
oh,
Yeah, because it's never been checked. I don't think that I could find.
I
or-
was just replying to her comment.
Yeah. But whenever she had I saw her comment that said, unless they have Laci's DNA from the van, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things that they said. I'm not clear yet if they've tested.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Haven't. I think that's why they're wanting it, for one thing. Because remember when the guy from the fire department said they checked it and it was positive for blood, but then it was like ignored, he said.
Yeah.
Which he didn't understand why, they would ignore it.
Oh, I didn't see JC pop in. Hey, JC. Dawn said she's going to bed. Good night. Good night.
Good night, Dawn. Hi, JC.
Tammy's back.
Tammy's back.
So, but yeah, Kel, this van, the burnt van, was apparent with the mattress in the back with the blood stains on it, was apparently never brought up in the trial, from what I gather. JB's mom, you said too, you don't remember anything about the van, right?
Nope.
So, this Innocence Project are focusing on, they said, 4 key, I guess you would say 4 different
evidence.
Things of evidence, and those are statements and evidence surrounding Laci walking the dog,
the van,
the burnt van,
the watch.
It has the blood tested positive, but it hasn't, as far as I know, been tested for DNA yet.
Right.
So that's what they're wanting to do, is have that tested to see if it's Laci's DNA. I don't know why they never tested it. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand either.
No.
Doesn't make sense.
No.
Just to rule it out, if nothing else. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I think that maybe, it makes sense if it wasn't ever brought up in the trial that this was like 2 completely separate, different things. But my thing is if you find a random burnt van,
right,
and you collect
the
DNA from that, if it is, you gotta, okay, say somebody makes a report and says, okay, there's this burnt van, there's a mattress in it, we have a tube that's got positive whatever for blood, and then they're just gonna be like, okay, and then you sit on it for 20 years. Like they've never tested it to see if it came back to anybody else that was missing or murdered or whatever.
Right.
Not specifically related to Laci and Scott, but anybody for that matter.
Right. I don't get it. I guess we'll find out. maybe.
Kel says Scott's lawyer didn't do their due diligence then. I don't know. I don't see how this proves that he didn't do it, but I get that everyone deserves a fair trial. Yeah. Well, they're saying when you look at what their statement is, they say that they have evidence that claims he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Now,
I think some of that is that some of that not in this? I mean, they're holding back some of that stuff.
probably.
Something?
Probably.
I believe this is like an appealing out to give an example of some of the type of information that they have received, hence why they have requested so much more additional information from
Right.
Modesto, California, because they're the only ones who have all the records. These are just the ones that they came across. So if they can get all the records pertaining to any tip lines, anybody who made a report to anything about anything, this is just something one to go, hey, look, there were some. Here's some of these.
Yeah, they even said that some of the evidence that they want is evidence that was never even brought into the trial. And also old evidence, because I read somewhere that they said that even old evidence can be used as new evidence if it's used in a different way or a different light or whatever. So,
right.
And I do believe that Scott Peterson did have one appeals for inadequate counsel.
maybe. I don't know. Police incompetence is what sinks cases a lot of the time. Well, I mean, we saw what happened with Tucker, right? Apparently, that whole police station, the captain and the investigator and whoever else mishandled 130 some pieces of evidence. So, I don't know. All right. So, this here is an investigative report for Brian Ulrich. I don't know. He's a good friend of Scott and Laci's, according to this here. It says Mr. Yu, I'm just going to call him Mr. Yu, stated that he wished to discuss an issue which was of a concern to him. He continued to say that the police officers investigating Laci's disappearance have told him things that he has later found out to be false. Do you remember this guy at all, JB?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Mr. Yu explained that police detectives told him that Scott Peterson came home and instantly telephoned the police to report his missing wife. Mr. Yu said that he knows that this is not true. Mr. Yu said that when the police detectives telephoned to talk to him, they also said that Scott Peterson refused to allow them to enter his home on the night that he reported Laci missing.
Yeah.
Huh. What's that about?
Yeah, because believe it or not, it wasn't even Scott that reported Laci.
Who was it?
Laci's brother-in-law, Ron.
Oh, okay. Okay. Mr. Yu said that the police detectives told him that they had to get a warrant to be able to go inside Scott's home. He said that he knows that these statements are also lies because he was present at Scott's home on the night of the 24th when the police were there. He continued to say that Mr. Peterson invited the police inside and he observed the police officers go inside the Petersons' home with Scott. You can interject anytime you want to, JB's mama, because I know that you know a lot about this case. says that he stated that when the police detectives called him, he asked for names of friends Scott went to college with. He said that he supplied names to the detective, and he said that he talked to all the same people prior to the police, and everyone was positive that Scott had nothing to do with Laci's disappearance. He said that after the police detectives talked to the same people, he again had conversations with them. He said that each had changed their minds and said that they believed that Scott might have had something to do with Laci's disappearance. He said that he believes that the police are intentionally lying to people to turn them against Scott Peterson. Stated that there might be a mistake in his statement to the police. He explained that when the police asked him about Scott's boat, he said that he might have heard about the boat a few months ago. He said that the police then told him that Scott didn't get the boat until early December 2002. He said that he wanted to make it clear that he never actually saw the boat in question. He said that Scott has always had hitches for trailers, etc., on his truck, and he may have discussed with Scott at some point about a boat. He said that he saw Scott and Laci at a Christmas party on the 13th at the law office of Curtis and Arata, whatever. Mr. Yu said that they both were very happy and having a good time. He said that they were both excited about the baby and looking forward to the birth. And he said that they were both very excited when they found out that the baby is a boy. No further information. So I need to know more about this dude.
Okay. Do you want to know more about Brian? Brian actually, yes, he was a mutual friend. I believe he actually worked with Scott at one point in time.
So Brian is this Ulrich dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And there's actually another mutual person that actually knew about Amber Fry that Scott worked with.
Okay.
But to QB Designs, um, Sharon and Dennis are Laci's mom and dad. And her brother, whenever Scott couldn't find Laci, he called Sharon, Laci's mom, and then said, okay, I'll start calling who I knew, knock on doors, blah, 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 whatever. Called back. Well, by that time, mom had gotten hold of the rest of the family, and they were there, or a lot of them were close by. And so when he called and said, I can't get nobody to give, nobody knows anything, that's when the brother-in-law called the police to report Laci missing. But yeah, Brian's I remember him. I remember a lot of testimony that he gave. Now, like word for word verbatim, I can't tell you, but I know he had a lot of key points to bring into the. He knew a lot about Scott. He knew a lot about Laci.
But did he know about Amber Fry?
Not, I don't think he knew about Amber Fry. There was another, like I said, there was another friend. I've got to think back on my notes to see who it was that actually knew about Amber. But it was also somebody who worked with Scott.
Yeah. JC said, I know I shouldn't dislike him for having an affair on his pregnant wife, but I dislike him because of that. I do. I mean, yeah. And he's a pig, right?
Yeah.
And JB's mama said that how many other affairs had he had before?
4 total, 3 before Amber. One of which Laci distinctly probably knew of because the other girl walked in on her and Scott.
Wow. So crazy. But yeah, it is a perfectly acceptable reason to dislike him, JC, right, Steph? And I know, like, from different things that I've seen, like even his, what was his lawyer's name?
The Flanco. He's a hoity-toity Hollywood attorney. He's the same one that was for Winona Ryder.
Yeah. because I saw pictures.
Garagos or something.
Yeah, Garagos. Was it Garagos or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Garagos. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
He was like, I guess his whole thing was like, you can hate him because he's a philanderer. He's a, downright dirty dog, but cheating does not equate to murder, So, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go down here. Exhibit X. How many more investigative reports are there? Goodness gracious.
There's a lot.
Well, JB's mama said they had like 180 some witnesses.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
178, I think.
God.
So,
All right. I know. That's why I was dying to watch the daggone thing, and apparently I can't watch it. I don't know.
Yeah.
10/21, 2003. An interview was conducted with Greg Reed. Okay, so this is another friend, right?
Or a neighbor or a friend. Yeah.
Okay. It says Mr. Reed stated that he never saw anything in Scott or Laci's behavior which would cause him to question their relationship. He said that Scott did a lot of work around the house. He said that Laci made a list, which was posted on the refrigerator. Ooh, like a honeydew list. Mr. Reed said that Laci included in her list a time period for when Scott was supposed to be done with each project. What?
That's what I thought when I read that. I'm like,
Are you for real, Laci? Come on, girlfriend. Yeah. Okay.
And it gives you another point too. She knows he has already stepped out in the marriage before.
Oh yeah.
So maybe she kind of like tying down the range a little bit more.
Maybe she's what?
Tying the reins down a little bit more.
Oh yeah. I gotcha. I see what you mean. She's like, so you're gonna step out, and here I am pregnant. You're gonna clean these gutters, and you're gonna clean this refrigerator, and you're gonna have it done by this time because I said so, buddy.
yeah.
Oh wow. Says Mr. Reed stated that about 1 week before her disappearance, Laci telephoned Mr. Reed and asked him to carry in a table saw, which was a Christmas gift for Scott. He said that he and a friend went to her home and carried the box inside where Laci had it all ready to sit on some wrapping paper and wrap. Aw, that's cute. Mr. Reed stated that on 12/24 at approximately 2:30 p.m. to 2:40 p.m., he telephoned Scott to tell him about their New Year's Eve party. Mr. Reed said that it was obvious that Scott was driving. He said they didn't talk about what he was doing, but he sounded as though everything was fine. Mr. Reed said that there was nothing unusual about Scott's voice. He said that he gets the Cabela's catalog. He said that one time while at their Lamaze class, what? He went to, he and Scott were looking in the what? He went to a Lamaze class with them?
Well, maybe his wife was pregnant too.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay. So Mr. Reed said that he gets the Cabela's catalog. He said that one time while at their Lamaze class, he and Scott were looking in the catalog. He said that they came across a kid's camouflage outfit. Mr. Reed said that Scott really got a kick out of it. He said that had a good time talking about buying such an outfit for their kids. Mr. Reed stated that they had good times while attending the Lamaze classes and after class was over. Mr. Reed said that Scott would always bring some premium beers or wines for them to drink at the Lamaze class. Mr. Reed said that Laci knew a lot about wine, also as she worked in the wine business at one time. He said that Scott attended the St. Francis Yacht Club stag event as his guest. Mr. Reed said that Scott had a good time at the event. Stated that he and Scott did not talk about fishing. He said that they did talk about hunting on one occasion. He said they did talk about golf, and Laci had commented about Scott playing golf at Del Rio quite often. He said that from conversations, he knew that Scott was an excellent golfer. Didn't somebody in here say that he went to college for golfing or was like something to do with golfing or something?
Yeah, he got a scholarship from high school,
Okay.
a golfing scholarship.
Okay. Oh yeah, it was you that said that was in the same class with
Bill Nicholson.
Mickelson.
Yep. Let's see. Mr. Reed said that he never saw Scott lose his temper. He said that Scott seemed to take things in stride. He stated that Scott treated Laci very well, all aside from
Yeah.
He said that Scott and Laci had a great relationship and he never heard a negative comment from either one. He said that on 12/24, they received a message from Scott about 6 p.m. He said that Scott was asking if they saw Laci. He said that Scott's voice was cracking. He stated that he and his wife went to the Peterson home. He said that there were a lot of people standing around outside. He said that he let the police go through his grandmother's home next door to the Petersons' home to make sure no one was hiding inside. What?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Mr. Reed stated that he and his wife went to the Petersons' home. He said that there were a lot of people standing around outside. He said that he let the police go through his grandmother's home.
Oh, next door to there.
His grandmother lived next door to the Petersons.
Yeah.
To make sure no one was hiding inside. Okay. He said that he got the impression from the police that they thought Scott did something to Laci. He said that when they returned at 11 p.m., they talked to one of the same officers, and he made a comment, which again made Mr. Reed believe that the police thought that Scott had done something to Laci. Mr. Reed stated that he made the comment to his wife while they were in their car. They think he did it. Mr. Reed said that he did not believe that the police were doing a very good job. He said that 3 to 4 days after 12/24, he went to check on his grandmother's home, and the police were there, stating they needed to get into the house to check it out. Mr. Reed said that he told them that he had already let officers in on 12/24, and they were not even aware of it. Mr. Reed said that Guy Melegee, who was a friend of Scott's, alienated Scott after he heard of Scott's infidelity. Mr. Reed said that Melegee, I don't know how you say that, was one who took the Petersons to the Rotary Summer Social. He stated that Scott never talked to him about other women, and Mr. Reed had no further information. All right, I gotta let the dog out.
Who let the dogs out? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Now I do know at some point she's gonna start hitting all the photo evidential stuff where it's just gonna be a kind of like photocopy of
Right.
others.
All right, I'm back.
She's back.
Okay, we have Aaron Fritz. Let's see. Contact was made with Aaron Fritz on 11/10/2003. So this was a long while after.
Yeah.
Well, this was like what, 11 months later?
Mm-hmm.
Almost a year, yeah.
Mr. Fritz stated that Detective Brocchini tried to extract information from him regarding Scott Peterson. Mr. Fritz said that Brocchini asked him if he thought that a guy in Scott's situation would be acting differently. Mr. Fritz said that he had known Scott for over 16 years, and Scott was extremely distraught and saddened over Laci's disappearance. Mr. Fritz said that anyone in Scott's situation, with the media hounding him continuously, would begin to change their normal behavior. Mr. Fritz stated that prior to Laci's disappearance, Scott was very happy about the baby. He said that Scott had done a lot of work getting the baby's room ready. He said that Scott and Laci had a list on the refrigerator of the things to be done in preparation for the baby, and he said that Scott spoke very fondly of these obligations. Okay, so at this point, Scott's already arrested, right?
No. Scott does not actually get arrested until, let me go back over here to my timeline. April 18th, 2003.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So this
This
is
was November. Then, yeah, he's already been arrested.
so yeah, okay. That would have been maybe like 6 or 7 months.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fritz said that he's known Scott for over 16 years. Oh wait, did I already read
You
that?
read that one? Yeah.
Um,
It's 2 down from that.
okay, so start right here. Yeah, Mr. Fritz said that Brocchini told him to ask Scott if there were any other women he was involved with other than Amber. Mr. Fritz said that Brocchini told him that there were a total of 6 women that Scott had affairs with, and that he had already spoken with 2 and was going to be traveling down south to talk to others.
And that's a detective that told him that.
Yeah. Mr. Fritz stated that he knew nothing of Scott having an affair with Amber Fry or anyone else until after it came out in the media. Mr. Fritz said that when he did talk to Scott, he was very upset and embarrassed by the situation. Mr. Fritz said that he could understand why Scott did not say anything to anyone about the affair. However, he wished that Scott would have came to him earlier to warn him about it coming out in the news. Mr. Fritz said that Scott told him that while the police were searching his home, one of the officers approached him, Scott, while outside the house, and told Scott that he was sorry that Scott had to deal with Brocchini. Mr. Fritz said that Scott told him that the officer said that he was sorry that Brocchini was focused on Scott, because when Brocchini gets his mind set on finding something, he will find a way to find it, whether or not it's actually there. Mr. Fritz said that he found this information unusual and disturbing. He continued to say that there must be something definitely wrong when another member of the police department is apologizing for Brocchini's behavior. So, something I heard or read or watched or something last night said that this Brocchini guy is like a hound dog, basically, like hardcore, and was like going to get Scott no matter what.
Right.
He made the evidence, from what my understanding of how a lot of people took him is I'm like, not necessarily on this case, but on a lot of cases that he made the evidence fit his narrative instead of letting the evidence speak their narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not good.
Mr. Fritz stated that Brokini told him, "I'm going to get this guy," referring to Scott. He said that he's not sure of the exact wording Brokini used, but it was very much like he was going to bring him down. Mr. Fritz said that he was in awe of the comments. He said that Brokini made these comments to him early on in the case. Mr. Fritz said that Brokini continually told him, "I've got this on your friend. I've got this," etc. Oh, "I've got this on your friend. I've got this on your friend," etc. Mr. Fritz said that Brokini indicated that he had all this proof, however, never actually told Mr. Fritz what this proof was. Mr. Fritz said that Brokini never talked to his wife, Heidi. Mr. Fritz said that Heidi did make the comment to Scott that she thought he should get another lawyer early on in the case. Mr. Fritz said that from their position, there was all this media attention saying such bad things about Scott, and no one was countering the information with the truth. Mr. Fritz said that this was just their opinion and it was not suggested by anyone else. No further information. A declaration of Paige McGrail. Who is Paige McGrail?
Oh, she's an attorney for the Innocence Project, it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is there anything in this part that is important to see or?
Was she just naming other people that they wanted interviews, stuff from?
What is this right here? It says Linda Chillis on Christmas Eve at 9:30 hours, which would be 9:30 a.m. When she returned home, she saw 3 suspects in a van. The van did not have any paint on it. She said S1 was WMA. Oh, okay. Suspect 1 was a white male, 30 to 40s, 5'11", shoulder length, dark brown, greasy hair, mustache, dark quilt type jacket. Suspect 2 was a white male, 30 to 40, balding, medium build, flannel shirt. Suspect 3, she did not see well. They were walking from the park up to their van until they saw her. They then backed off. She thought this was suspicious.
So there's some white males.
Yeah.
In a van or.
Linda Chillis. Bates 14786 includes citizens report provided to MPD on December 28th include the following.
Yep.
In my review of the MPD reports present in Mr. Peterson's post-conviction file, I found no reports related to any investigatory whatever follow-up on the information that Ms. Chillis provided. So I know they said that there was a lot of like missing Bates pages, which are something to do with the numbering system on evidence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently there was a bunch that was missing. So this has got to be part of what she's looking for.
Yeah.
Says number 8 here. says a copy of the information provided to MPD that was attributed to her. She recalled having seen a van on Covina Avenue the morning of December 24th. Provided directions from her house to where she saw the van from her home on Encina Avenue. She described turning left onto Covina and then observing the van to her right. We showed Miss Chillis a map, and she indicated seeing the van in front of 516 Covina Avenue, where the Medinas resided. Huh. Number 9 here, it says Miss Chillis explained to us that her late husband, Nick, had been a detective with MPD and that Doug Ridenour had been his boss. Now, the Doug was somebody we heard about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
She recalled attending the vigil for Laci and stated that since no one from MPD contacted her about the van sighting she reported, she specifically recalled approaching MPD Doug Ridenour and providing him with the information about the van and the suspicious-looking men she had seen on the morning of December 24th. She was concerned that they did not have any leads and felt that this information could have been important. She did not recall anyone from MPD contacting her or following up on the information she provided after she spoke to him about it on December 31st.
There's another one.
And then we have Sharon P. here. She lives on Miller from La Loma. Might have seen Laci Peterson. Stopped on La Loma just south of the bridge before getting to La Loma. This was on Christmas Eve, Tuesday, sometime after 11:30. Laci was wearing all black, very pregnant. After 11:30. Looked at the person in the car in front of her, smiled at both her and the person behind her also. What? She had the dog who was wagging its tail, turned into Dry Creek Park right past the bridge. Thinks it was a Labrador.
Well, was her dog a golden retriever or a Labrador? Okay, I thought it was a golden. I thought, wait, what? So was that even her?
Well, but the Labrador, a Labrador is a big dog too, like a golden retriever. She could have easily been like, I don't know what kind of dog it was. I think it was a Labrador, but it could have been.
That's true.
Because there's like yellow labs, It don't say what color, does it? Did she say what color the Labrador was?
No, I don't think so. She just said she thinks it was a Labrador.
Here it says on number 15 was adamant she saw Laci walking her dog across the bridge and into the park. She explained she recognized the dog as she had seen him in the neighborhood previously. She explained that when she saw a photograph of Laci on the news, she recognized her as the woman she saw walking in the park. On 12/25, I was at East Lillo. This is what, Victoria Pouches?
Mm-hmm.
I was at East La Loma Park on a search for a missing person. I was approached by Pouches, who was jogging in the park on 12/24 between 9:30 and 10. She said she did not see the missing person, but she did see a gold-colored dog with a leash on. The dog was on the north side of Dry Creek. It was pacing back and forth and barking like crazy. She could not pinpoint the area where she saw the dog, but said it was west of the El Vista Bridge. And so she sees this dog between 9:30 and 10 a.m. While going door to door, Victoria Pouches walked southbound on Covina from the dead end park. I made contact with Pouches. A large yellowish dog running loose in the park. Dog had a collar and leash attached. There was no one in the area attempting to control the animal. Pouches said she had been attacked prior by a dog, therefore attempted to stay away from this one. She said she had spoken with an officer previously regarding Laci Peterson and the missing person report. I took Pouches' information to be referenced to the prior unknown officer's information. Okay, I've got a question. First of all, wait a minute. So when was Mackenzie found? Or when did Mackenzie come back home?
So Mackenzie was actually put back in the backyard by a neighbor. Give me a second.
Because if this woman was going door to door looking for Laci.
Yeah, Scott was already at. There was supposedly between 4:30, 4:40. He returned, and Mackenzie was already in the yard with the leash on.
Okay.
There was something about the mailman too with the dog.
Yeah, I haven't ran across that yet. I think JB's mama said something about the mailman a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what time that was. Because I remember reading something about the neighbor finding the dog and putting it in the backyard, and then something right after that about the mailman. When he got there, I can't remember if he said the dog was in the backyard then.
I think he heard the dog,
Or he heard
but
the
the
dog.
gate was open. Heard the dog, but the gate was open. Because he would know that Mackenzie would tend to bark at him if Mackenzie was in the backyard.
And when that, I thought that was somewhere around 10:45 or something.
That's
Why am
what
I thinking that?
Yeah. No, I think that's what it
Or
was.
that.
So what, did the neighbor leave the gate open, or did the gate blow open, or did Mackenzie knock the gate open and then leave again?
That's where you have the discrepancy on the time
Yeah.
frame for witnesses.
I'm not sure. Yeah, because that's why it didn't make sense when I read it from the two different witnesses. So I don't know. Oh, good night, Tammy.
Good night, Tammy. I need to come check the chat.
And yeah, QB was talking there. You might want to read what she said too.
JC said, why did he even get married for? Right. So that's what I was thinking. Yellow labs look very similar to golden retrievers. I mean,
Yeah.
I can tell a difference, but some people can't. You
Right.
know? Golden retrievers usually have longer hair, I think. See you in the morning, Tammy. QB Design says, I'm not saying he did or didn't do it, but I remember thinking at the time that it seemed like they set their sights on Scott and that was the end of it. He was certainly a POS for sure, but he still deserved all leads to be followed. Devil's clavicle. What if the murderer has gone free all these years? I know.
And that does happen.
Yeah, it does.
All the time.
I found the neighbor's name.
Oh, okay.
The neighbor's name was Karen, and she stated at 10:18 she seen Mackenzie in the front of the house with a leash on and took the dog home. On the side to the home, on the side gate was open, took the dog to the backyard, and then closed the gate.
So then the question is, did she really close the gate and the dog potentially got back out because she didn't actually close the gate? Or was the other dog potentially running around through the neighborhood a totally different dog with a leash hanging off of it?
And she had a leash hanging off of her too when the neighbor put her in there, right?
Yeah.
No, Steph says my med cocktail is for sure kicking in.
Oh my gosh.
I can't believe you're still awake.
What time is it? Oh, 10:46.
Oh God, JC said I thought y'all was about to say he was sleeping with the mailman too.
Let's hope not.
Hold on a second, I gotta let my dog back in. She's in and out, in and out, in and out.
Yeah, did you see anything about the mailman after that? What time he was there?
I just know I wrote down that about 10 people saw Laci between 9:45 and 10:40 is what I wrote down note wise, and that's when I wrote, oh, Aaron neighbor seen dog in front of the house.
Yeah.
Wrote down what time that was.
Okay. Scrolling. Poppy, go lay down. You're not coming back in here. You literally just wanted out. No, ma'am. Declaration of George Michael Gudgel.
That was Jennifer that just came out there.
Oh, that was nice, Jennifer, by the way. That was nice, Jennifer. So who is this George Michael Gudgel?
I don't know. I haven't gotten this far.
Senior investment journalist. Retired as a producer at ABC News. Okay, this guy is who I remember hearing about. This guy is one that I think came up with some evidence that caused the Innocence Project to want to look into this again, or am I mistaken?
I don't know. Might be. Said he had a lot of experience with, serious felony cases and like Oklahoma City bombing and John Bonet and space shuttle disaster, all that. So.
Okay, well, let's look at this one and then we'll call it a night because it's almost 11, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Let's see. Declaration of George Michael Gudgel. I don't know
George
how to say that
Michaels.
right, but it says, I hereby declare under penalty of perjury the following is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge, blah, blah, blah. I'm a senior investment journalist, recently retired as a producer at ABC News. I have over 40 years of experience as an investigative journalist and have been deeply involved in investigating a wide range of issues in a broad spectrum of cases. I've held postings in Los Angeles, London, Moscow, Iraq, Kuwait, and Kabul. I was a manager and gatekeeper with ABC to help guide coverage and help determine the content of news stories that ABC chose to cover. I was also the ABC bureau chief in Iraq and a producer in Afghanistan during the time the U.S. military was engaged in hostilities in those countries. Okay. I have a great deal of experience investigating serious felony cases and high-profile cases, including the Oklahoma City bombing. space shuttle disaster, missing Malaysian airliner, and criminal cases involving Chandra Levy and John Benet Ramsey. I've been fortunate in that I have received a number of awards for my work as an investigative reporter. Of the many murder cases I've covered and investigated in my career, the media coverage of Laci Peterson's disappearance was by far the most intense and disruptive I have ever experienced. The concept of the 24-hour cable news cycle was still relatively new in 2002, and there was a great deal of pressure to fill the airtime. As a result, there were many networks and media outlets competing for breaking news stories. Programs like CNN's Nancy Grace were airing almost daily coverage of the investigation into Laci's disappearance as it unfolded, with commentary that was not always accurate or supported by any actual evidence. The intensity of the coverage and the public's interest in the case was exacerbated by the advent of the internet, which made it possible to constantly disseminate the inaccurate commentary and false narratives reported by the tabloid media to a vast audience with lightning speed. I began investigating the evidence in the case involving the disappearance and murder of Laci Peterson in December 2002, and I was on the scene in Modesto a few days after Laci disappeared. I coordinated ABC News coverage of the trial and sentencing proceedings in People v. Scott Peterson in 2004 and 5, which was held in San Mateo County instead of, I can't say that word, Stanislaus County.
It sounds good to me.
I just say Redwood, California, because that's where it was.
I recall reaching out to defense investigator Gary Armoyan. I don't know how to say that either. In May 2003, not long after Mr. Peterson was arrested, in an effort to obtain reliable information about the case. I was frustrated by the fact that cable news shows were rebroadcasting tabloid reports that were not based on reliable facts or reliable reporting. The email below expresses the frustration I experienced as I was trying to find accurate, reliable information about the investigation into what happened to Laci Peterson. Okay. So here's the email. Mr. Armoyan, I'm a producer for ABC News. I'm in charge of making sure everything we report is accurate, both in fact and context. As you can imagine, the Laci Peterson story has been challenging. It is particularly difficult when the cable shows rebroadcast tabloid reports. Our broadcast producers see all this and wonder why I can't confirm similar details. I'm not going to even ask, but as Kurt McAllister's investigator, you probably know more about this case and Scott than anyone else. So when you see something that is so pure fiction that you want to throw your shoe at the TV and feel compelled to set the record straight, please give me a call. Wow. There may be a time when you can at least reveal what isn't true. Please be assured I will treat the information with discretion. I'm a careful professional. My principles are of far more value than any scoop or any story. You can reach me by email or blah, blah, blah. At some point, I'd welcome the opportunity to meet with you. I live in Seattle, but for the past 2 years, I've spent most of my time in Modesto.
Hey, Jenny.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, because I went through it. This is like 16 pages of just his stuff. But so I didn't know if you knew that or not.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know that.
But I don't know what you want to do there, but that whatever you want to do is fine. I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Well, I'm okay. I'm in this for a second. Okay. We'll get to a good breaking point soon, hopefully.
Yeah, that's fine.
And you guys, if you need to hop off, go ahead. You don't have to stay here and hang. You don't have to hang through the whole thing.
No, I'm fine. I didn't know if you knew how many pages. It was a lot.
I didn't know that, but thank you.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
I'm
In
gonna
my
have to probably.
discussion with other journalists who were covering the case in depth at the time of the trial, as I was, I learned that most were conflicted about the jury's verdict, given the evidence presented.
I'm gonna tap out.
All right, honey, no worries.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
tap out. I'm gonna work on doing that stuff and looking up some stuff tomorrow.
Well, do that. You go ahead and go get you some rest. I'm not going to spend much more time, just a few more minutes. But I am kind of eager to get into this part about the,
What
uh,
else I found?
yeah, this thing here. So,
Yeah.
but
Alrighty.
here, or if you find anything good, especially on the way back when machine,
Yes,
let me know.
ma'am. Sure will.
All right. Thank you, JB's mama. Get some rest.
Night.
Yes. Night, night, everybody.
Good night. Okay. I'm going to reread that number 6. It says, in my discussions with other journalists who were covering the case in depth at the time of the trial, as I was, I learned that most were conflicted about the jury's verdict given the evidence presented. So that they're saying they were like shocked that he was found guilty.
Right.
Contrary to what I saw widely reported and falsely reported by the tabloid media and cable news shows at the time, I saw no direct or forensic or biological evidence supporting Mr. Peterson's guilt presented at the trial, and my own investigation uncovered important leads to other suspects I believe were not adequately pursued. In fact, much of the coverage I saw was incorrect and or misleading. My investigation into Laci's disappearance has been fairly steady over the last 21 years. So he's like just written this. I mean, this is pretty new.
Does it have, what was the date on this?
Does
it show a date?
Let me scroll up real quick. Whoa. What was the
Most of them have
email was 2003, but was there a date on?
I didn't see a date at the beginning, but
Is there a date here? I don't see a date either. But I mean, he's saying 21 years, you know.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, there. Number 10 says attorneys from the LA Innocence Project contacted me in July of 23. So this is fairly new.
Right.
Up here. Okay, here we go. My investigation into Laci Peterson's disappearance has been fairly steady over the last 21 years, and it continues to this day. Investigative steps I've taken include reaching out to members of law enforcement, family members, and witnesses in the area, submitting Public Records Acts requests, and conducting hundreds of interviews with witnesses, attorneys, experts, and individuals with background knowledge of the Modesto Police Department, the Stanislaus, County District Attorney's Office, and other law enforcement agencies involved in the investigation into who killed Laci and Connor Peterson. Over the course of my career as an investigative journalist, I've interviewed hundreds of witnesses from a variety of backgrounds in various and often very difficult circumstances. Integrity in reporting is essential to the truth-seeking function that lies at the heart of investigative journalism. My training and experience have endowed me with the understanding that it's important not to take claims or witness statements at face value, but to instead confirm claims and statements with corroborating evidence. In the course of my investigation in this case, I conducted considerable research and interviewed numerous witnesses in an effort to verify and provide support and corroboration for new information and facts I was able to uncover before reaching any conclusions of my own. Okay, dude, I'm tired. Let's get done.
To the meat and potatoes, right?
Huh?
Let's get to the meat and potatoes, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's like just
on and on.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's his declaration, and it's kind of like
Right.
when you sit down as an expert witness, they have to tell what all they've done,
Right.
where they went
Right.
to
Stuff he
school.
has to do, but
Come on. All right.
for purposes, we're like, hurry up.
Attorneys from the Los Angeles Innocence Project contacted me in July of 23 and informed me that they were preparing to file a motion for DNA testing on certain items of evidence and a post-conviction discovery motion in an effort to further investigate Scott Peterson's claims of innocence and what may have happened to Laci and Connor. They explained that they were investigating recently uncovered evidence that pointed to other possible suspects in the case. I agreed to speak with them regarding some of the information I have uncovered in my own investigation. We agreed I would not reveal the names of any sources who spoke to me off the record and or asked to remain anonymous. I was specifically asked to discuss possible exculpatory evidence my investigation uncovered and issues around the physical items of evidence that could be subjected to DNA testing, including evidence collected from the orange van that was found on fire approximately 1 mile from the Petersons' home on December 25th, the morning after Laci disappeared, and which was the subject of an inadequate vehicle fire investigation, in my opinion. I was also asked to address what I uncovered when I investigated the date the home of Rudy and Susan Medina was burglarized. I was also asked to address what I uncovered
when he investigated it.
Okay. So the Medina home was burglarized on December 24th, 2002. Number 12 here says, my investigation revealed that there were a number of people involved in planned burglaries in the La Loma neighborhood around the Christmas holiday in 2002. There was coordination among several individuals who were carrying out these burglaries, including scouts looking for police, looking for evidence of vacant homes by counting cars and driveways, and looking for things like uncollected mail and or newspapers. So that makes sense because of the whole, the van scope was hanging around, loitering in that gas station parking lot.
Right. And even the person on the bike, you never know, could just been a lookout or scoping it out for the people in the van.
Right. And then the person that came pecking on that judge's door.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. 13 says, my investigation also revealed evidence that there were more than 2 individuals involved in burglarizing the Medina's home and that it took place over more than 1 day.
Hadn't heard that before.
Evidence I have gathered in the course of my own investigation, combined with evidence gathered during the police investigation, indicates to me that the Medina's home was burglarized on December 24th after Mr. Peterson left his home for the day. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Diane Jackson told police she saw 3 men in a van parked in front of the Medina's home on December 24th at approximately 11:40 a.m.
That's what we heard earlier, yeah.
Yeah. Miss Jackson was not permitted to testify at trial, however, because the Modesto police detectives responsible for investigating the case opted to place Miss Jackson under hypnosis for an official interview, and the individual who hypnotized her was not qualified to do so in an official capacity. So her testimony was deemed inadmissible.
That's convenient.
I interviewed Diane Jackson, and she confirmed to me that she still recalls the events of that day and that all the statements she provided to police were true and accurate, i.e., the day she saw the van parked in front of the Medina's home with the 3 men standing around it was on December 24th at about 11:40 a.m. I also interviewed Linda Chillis, who was herself the widow of a Modesto Police Department detective named Nick Chillis. Miss Chillis confirmed to me that she reported to police in December of 2002 that on the morning of December 24th, she was driving on Covina and saw a suspicious-looking van parked in front of the Medina's home with 3 men standing around it. When I spoke to her, she informed me that no one from the Modesto Police Department ever contacted her to follow up with her on her report. Number 17 says I interviewed Susan Medina, who told me she reported to police that the morning of December 24th, as she and her husband were leaving town for the holiday, they saw a man on a bike coming down their street as they were about to drive away. The man looked out of place and caused Mr. Medina enough concern that he drove around the block to make sure the man hadn't moved along and was not still lurking around his home. Mrs. Medina stated that the police never asked her if she could identify the man she had seen on a bike that morning. Both Rudy and Susan Medina also told me that the safe that was stolen from their home was far too heavy for one person to carry alone and that it would likely require 3 people to lift and move it. Based on reports I've reviewed, Stephen Todd himself, who pleaded guilty to committing the Medina burglary, was unclear about the date he burglarized the home. First, Todd told police in his initial interview upon arrest that he burglarized the house on the morning of December 27th, which is not possible given that the Medinas had returned home a day earlier and reported the burglary to police on December 26th.
I think he was high and stuff too, he says here later.
Okay.
From what I read.
Then realizing a December 27th burglary was not possible, Todd changed his story and told police he committed the burglary in the early morning hours of December 26th. However, as reported by my colleagues, by the morning of December 26th, there was already heavy media presence on Covina Avenue covering the disappearance of Laci Peterson, making it an unlikely time to commit a burglary on that street. Covina Avenue is a small, intimate street with homes that are relatively close to each other. Based on my own experience of being present with other reporters on the street where the Petersons and Medina's homes are located, it's difficult to believe a burglary of the Medina's home on December 26th would have gone unnoticed. I interviewed Stephen Todd's co-defendant, Donald Glenn Pierce, on numerous occasions prior to his death. Oh, wow, this dude's dead. Pierce also pleaded guilty to the burglary. He told police he was awakened by Todd between 6:30 and 7 a.m. on December 26th. I need to have something to drink. I'm out of stuff.
Get a drink. Hydrate.
Hydrate. He told police he was awakened by Todd between 6:30 and 7 on the 26th, who was asking him to help Todd retrieve property from the Medina residence. That would place Todd and Pierce, I keep wanting to say Peterson, on Covina Avenue at or after 7 a.m. on December 26th. Again, that account is very difficult to believe because video news reports from that morning demonstrate the news media were recording as early as 7:02 a.m. on December 26th, as indicated by the screenshots of Ted Rowland's report below. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even broke daylight yet.
No, but you wouldn't think they'd do that with all those news people there and everything. I mean,
right.
that's kind of obvious, I guess. unless you're just a really stupid criminal.
Yeah. In my experience, for a news team to be broadcasting live at 7 a.m. from Covina Avenue, they would have to have arrived there an hour or more earlier. Okay. For staging, in order to set up lights, satellite news vans, test their cables, microphones for the broadcast. Given the media presence on Covina Avenue on December 26th, it's not plausible, in my opinion, that the burglary occurred on December 26th, as Todd and Pierce reported. If Todd and Pierce were able to remove the safe from the Medina's home on the morning of the 26th, as they claim, it does not explain how, when, and by whom the remaining 50 or so items stolen from the home were removed, which included other large items like a large tool chest and gardening equipment, among other items. Okay, so it makes sense that this could have happened over more than one day because how are you going to get that much crap in one load? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if there wasn't a lot of people around there, I guess they couldn't they have gone back in? Like on the 24th?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Because the only day they would have would probably be the 25th.
It would make sense for them to go back because then that would make sense why different people saw them at like different times of the morning.
Yeah.
And with that being like one, listen to this though, with that orange van being 1 mile away from their house, maybe they use that van as like a dump off.
Yeah.
Or
had 2 vans going. Who knows?
To get more,
at different times.
Right. Let's see what the chat's saying. Steph's a drug dealer. Just don't smoke the drills, please.
The scoops.
Lazy River Crafts, Lee. That was it for the life of me. I could not remember it. And now he's got it bookmarked. Good deal. All right. We're almost done for tonight. I'm just going to... Number 25 says, the more plausible scenario, based on my investigation and eyewitness accounts of there being a van parked in front of the Medina's home with 3 men standing around it the morning of the 24th, is that there were multiple people in and out of the home, beginning on the 24th, including Todd himself, and possibly continuing through the morning of December 26th. If that is, in fact, when Todd and Pierce moved the safe.
They're taking a chance to go in there 2 or 3 different times, aren't they?
I
different
know.
days.
Yeah, I know. Stephen Todd told police that he was with Cliff Cohen on December 24th and that he was not on Covina Avenue at all that day, as proof that he did not commit the burglary on that date. In 2015, I interviewed Talicia Cohen, Cliff Cohen's daughter. Talicia, whatever, Cohen, told me that in December of 2002, she was living in the airport district at 612 Thrasher, and that she is the sister of Melissa McDaniels, who was the mother, who was the mother of Stephen Todd Jr., Stephen Todd's son. The location of Talicia Cohen's home is directly adjacent to an alley where a van was set on fire early the morning of December 25th, address below.
That's convenient.
That's pretty convenient. My investigation uncovered evidence that the police did not investigate Stephen Todd's account about where he went and what he did during the 3-day period when the Medinas were away between December 24th and the 26th. On October 26, 2015, I spoke to Detective Stove of the Modesto Police Department who led the investigation into the burglary. I specifically asked him about the statements he had made at a press conference on January 3rd, confirming that Todd and Pierce had been cleared of any involvement in Laci's disappearance. When I asked him about what efforts were made to verify Steve and Todd's alibi for December the 24th, the day Laci went missing, Detective Stoff told me they didn't check where Steve and Todd was that day, that he expected Todd would not tell the truth. You expect that kind of stuff from criminals. It's expected. And all these jailhouse snitches and all these other people, you know how meth addicts can be. They will tell themselves lies enough that they will believe it. They truly, truly believe it. That was a quote.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I asked Detective Stoff if anyone checked the address that Todd provided to the police as part of his alibi, as he told me he did not know. My investigation showed that the address Todd provided as his alibi had flooded and was uninhabitable, empty, and dilapidated in December of 2002.
So he gave him an address that
Was no good.
Yeah.
Is there a period at the end of this page?
Nope.
Oh my God. How about the next page?
Let me see. Nope.
Okay. Well, we're gonna stop for tonight because I could keep on going. I actually will probably keep on going after we hang up the phone You know what I mean? In the live stream.
Yeah.
Because I'm anxious to see how many more pages of this is there?
Let me see. About 10, but a couple of them have big pictures or maps or something on them that you don't have to read, of course, but.
Okay, let's do this thing.
Okay.
I gotta know the rest of how this ends. There's probably nobody in the chat. Everybody's probably done fell off.
Everybody's gone. No, there's a couple here.
We still got people here. Yay. I'm okay staying. I have to stay up and finish this bag too, says Steph. Okay, good.
It says we have 11 watching, so I don't know.
Okay, good. All right. Let's see. Sources have told me that Stephen Todd was a daily user of methamphetamine and other drugs. Todd himself admitted during his police interview on January 3rd that he was a daily drug user, and according to a sworn declaration I reviewed by an investigator for the defense that was signed in 2015, Todd admitted to him in 2004 that he was so high on meth and crack for 3 days that he didn't remember anything he did, referring to the 3-day period from December 24th through the 26th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I call baloney on that, but
he may have been doing something, but I don't know that he didn't know what he was doing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I believe he was using, and I believe but it's convenient that he don't remember that specific 3-day period.
Right.
Based on my review of the evidence and my own independent follow-up investigation, there appears to be no reliable source of information supporting the prosecution's theory the Medina's home was not burglarized on December 24th and was instead burglarized on December 26th. My investigation uncovered additional evidence supporting Detective Stoff's admission that the MPD did not investigate the reliability of Todd's statement to police For example, Todd told police that on December 25th, he was visiting his kids at a house on Tioga Drive where his kids were then living. My research revealed, however, that the residence Todd was describing was that of his ex-wife, Elizabeth Garcia, located at 1131 Tioga Drive. Property records associated with that address indicate that Todd's ex-wife and kids no longer lived at that address in 2002. Because that area of Modesto had experienced severe flooding and the residence was abandoned, it therefore appears to me that the police never looked into the reliability of Todd's alibi for December 25th, which was false.
Mm-hmm.
I reviewed the content of a statement sent to Scott Peterson in 2012 or 2013. Hold on just a second, you guys. Let me mute for just a quick minute.
Okay.
Okay, give me just a couple minutes. Husband is ready for bed. I have to untangle my
Cord.
cord, and so give me just a couple of minutes, okay? And I will be
Okay.
right back. If it does this like scrolly, like screen of death thing, no
Uh-huh.
fear, I just have to switch it to Wi-Fi instead of my internet. So,
Okay, we'll hang on.
all righty, I'll be back in just a second. More
All
guests.
righty. What are you gonna do, Lee? Are you gonna juggle? Who all still here? Raise your hand. Hello. Sherry, Kayleen. Hi, everybody. Still here. Did Steph fall out? Or she's still, I saw she was up there, but that was 3 minutes ago. She might have passed out. Yeah, I didn't know if she'd passed out already, though, Lee, or if she was still awake. I said that was 3 minutes ago. She typed something, so she could already be gone. Can't raise it all the way? About halfway, huh?
Okay, I'm almost done. I'll just a couple more seconds.
Okay. She's still working. Barely, right, Steph? QB's on fire. Hopefully not literally. That's what I said. Hopefully not literally. Lee, it looks like you've been behaving pretty good in the chat. Yeah, I've got some of those drill baggies she packs up. Mickey's stuffing a flower doll. I want to see that. Yep, you're always on fire. What do you mean you don't want to go too far, Lee? That you've been behaving? Well, that's probably true. JB's mama, are you passing out?
Oh, I'm back.
What? You scared me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Mm.
You're Jolie. Hi, Jolie.
Yeah, what are you doing? She's right here at my hind end now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daddy's in the bed and she's ready to get into some stuff. All right. Well, let's go back over here. And what do you want?
I might have to run real quick. You can go ahead and start, but I may have to run real quick to the pate.
Oh, okay. Go right ahead, honey. Whatever you need to
Okay,
do.
I'll just mute my end and then I'll be back.
Okay. I'll wait for her to come back before I read so she don't have to miss anything. Toddler giggles are the best, right, Steph? No, don't push any buttons. Buttons. I know. Oh. Doggone it. Snap your finger. Go. Nah, she can't snap yet. Hey, Bubbles Crafty Corner. How are you? Lee, she should be. She should be. She should be. I think she took a wee little bit of a nappy nap earlier. But it won't be long. Because as soon as we get out of here, I'm gonna be going. You're silly.
Yeah.
Go get your tablet. I can't believe you guys are all still here with me. And Morgana. I can't believe it.
I'm back.
You're back. Oh, I got a bottle of water sitting right here on the end table. Because I didn't have anything to drink in there in the bedroom. That's why I kept going hacking. All right. You want a drink? Well, here, just don't spill it on my chair, please. Or on your tablet. Okay. So, let's continue on. Let's see, where was I? Please don't spill it, Jolie. It's a whole bottle of water. That thing's bigger than you are. Please don't spill it. Okay.
Yeah, that would be a mess.
Yeah, huge. Okay. I'm just trying to look to see where I ended. Lee, I need to keep taking your advice, but then I keep forgetting.
Was it? Are you on 31? No, 32.
Hold on.
Maybe 32.
No, I remember reading that.
Right. 33 then.
Oh, it's number 33 is where I need to start. Okay.
Yeah.
I have reviewed the content of a statement sent to Scott Peterson in 2012 or 2013 by an individual named Danny Chapman. Chapman apparently stated to Mr. Peterson that he was in custody at the Modesto Security Center together with a person I will identify as DM who knew. Oh, crap. Hold on. I got to mute this TV. Hold on a minute. Uh-oh, Jolie's got the volume. Let me mute myself. Hold on. Lord have mercy.
Sherry's been square dancing.
Okay. Who Stephen Todd knew. Chapman reported to Scott that Todd told DM he had been burglarizing homes in the neighborhood where the Petersons and Medinas lived in December of 2002. And Todd told DM that when he was committing the burglary, Todd believed, okay. Todd told DM that when he was committing the burglary, Todd believed Laci saw him, so he called DM and asked for a ride so he could get everything out of the house before Laci could call the police. Danny Chapman also informed Mr. Peterson that DM told him that Todd and company abducted Laci, but he did not provide details about when or where or how he knew that information. I was unsuccessful in my attempts to locate Danny Chapman to interview him over several years. He is now deceased. Okay,
Yep.
I'm confused. I have to reread this section. My brain is, there's too many names, and I'm like, wait, who's who here? Wait a minute. So DM, we don't know who DM is. Why is DM initials?
I don't know, because the Danny Chapman guy, he was in custody to get together with DM, so we don't know who the DM is.
Jolie, stop.
But that guy knew the Stephen Todd, and that's where he heard it from. So I guess he told it right to Danny Chapman, the
Maybe.
DM guy. Because there's
Todd
3
told
guys.
DM he had been What? Not right now. You can use your tablet. Get your tablet. We'll be done here in a few minutes, and then you can watch TV when Mommy's done. Okay? All right.
See, DM's the one that knew the Stephen Chapman, and he's the one that told, or Stephen Todd, sorry, and he's the one that told Danny Chapman what Stephen Todd had said, right?
Okay. I'm not positive.
I think.
But here, this says, right here, this part here says the DM referenced in Danny Chapman's letter is the same DM whose identity is currently redacted in Mr. Peterson's 2023 habeas petition, which is currently being litigated in the California Court of Appeal. So I'm thinking that they have got this redacted just for like, how do I want to say it? I don't know how.
To not put the name out there?
To not put the name out there for certain reasons, There could be a few different reasons, but that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Right.
Todd told DM. Yeah, exactly. Todd told DM that when he was committing the burglary, Todd believed Laci saw him. What, Jolie? You are killing me. What do you want? No, you can't have the computer. God, you don't want very much, do you? Todd believed Laci saw him, so he called DM and asked for a ride so he could get everything out of the house before Laci could call the police. Danny Chapman also informed Mr. Peterson that DM told him that Todd and company abducted Laci, but he did not provide details about when or where or how he knew that information. Okay. I was unsuccessful in my attempts to locate Danny Chapman to interview him over the several years. He's now deceased. To investigate the reliability of Mr. Chapman's statements to Mr. Peterson, I independently investigated the information he provided by personally contacting DM in 2015. DM confirmed to me that Todd called him from inside the Medina home and asked him to come assist with getting the things he was stealing out of the Medina's home because he needed to do it fast. DM also confirmed that the call from Todd came on the day of Christmas Eve. DM confirmed that he knew Danny Chapman and asked me how he was doing.
Okay.
How's he doing, by the way?
He passed away, right? He's the one that's deceased.
The
But maybe not then. I don't know, because that was 2015 when he was talking to him.
Yeah. In 2019, I exchanged letters with Ralph Guerra when he was in prison. I'd heard from several sources that Ralph was a confidential informant and the person who called the police and reported that Stephen Todd was responsible for the Medina burglary. Ralph did not deny the rumors. Hold on a second. I lost my place again because I was hollering at the child. Oh, here we go.
47.
Yeah. Based on the information I uncovered in my years-long investigation into the date the Medina's home was burglarized, I have concluded the police never confirmed the truthfulness of Todd and Stephen's alibis for December 24th to ensure they were truthful. There's evidence there were multiple burglaries that were carried out by several different individuals beginning on December 24th, and there's no credible or reliable evidence supporting the prosecution's claim that the burglary was not committed on December 24th, but was instead committed on the 26th and only on December 26th. Right. Here, let mommy turn. Mommy needs to do something with this, baby. Oh, hold on a minute. Let mommy just turn it way down, okay? The orange Caltrans van in La Loma Park on the 24th of December. In 2003, I was investigating a report I had come across about a van that had been set on fire in the airport district early Christmas morning, December 25th, just hours after Laci Peterson was discovered missing. Joey. The van was set on fire while parked in an alley behind the home of Talisha Cohen, the aunt of Stephen Todd Jr. How convenient. Back to that convenience there. One of the individuals who investigated the fire was MFD fire investigator Brian Spichulski.
Now, this is the guy here that we were talking about, the fire investigator or whatever.
Yeah.
They couldn't believe it about the blood.
Right. So I contacted him in 2015. When I explained to Mr. Spichulski that I wanted to ask him questions about the burned van he investigated around the time that Laci went missing, he stated that he had been waiting for over 10 years for someone to come and ask him about that. Oh my God.
10 years. Man.
He explained that the vehicle fire involved an orange 1989 Chevrolet van with a mattress in the back, license plate number. Okay, yeah, that's nothing like what we saw earlier. And that his examination of the vehicle concluded that the fire was intentionally set. After I interviewed Mr. Spichulski, whatever, it appeared to me there was information missing in the police reports I had obtained. What? It appeared to me there was information missing in the police reports that I had obtained. There were no police reports indicating there had been an investigation into the burned van. I showed him the reports I had available to me, and he stated that he believed there should be more investigation reports and photographs than what I had shown him. He told me that in his examination of the vehicle and its contents, he saw the mattress in the rear passenger area had visible red-brown staining on a portion that was unburned. He recalled, that a presumptive test using luminol or a similar chemical was conducted on a cutting from the stained area of the mattress, and it showed to be presumptive positive for the presence of blood. He stated that he was not aware that Laci Peterson was missing at the time he responded to the fire the morning of the 25th, But by the time the van was taken into police custody to be examined for evidence, he and all of law enforcement were aware of a possible connection between the van and Laci's disappearance. Mr. Spitulski expressed that given the proximity, both in terms of time and location, of the discovery of the van with Laci's disappearance, coupled with the fact that the fire was intentionally set, perhaps for the purpose of covering up a crime, he was concerned and bothered by the failure to fully investigate its potential link to her disappearance. I noticed a reference in one of the police reports to 6 color photos that were reportedly checked into MPD evidence, so I began making efforts to obtain those photos. I contacted some of my sources in law enforcement, asking if anyone could help me obtain the photos and other information about the orange van. In late 2015 or early 16, a source who asked to remain anonymous sent me the 6 color photos below, and those were the photos we've eyeballed a bajillion times.
Right.
I later provided a copy of these photos to a member of Mr. Peterson's legal team because I was having medical issues and I wanted to ensure that the information I had was known to the defense and could be made part of the record so it would be complete. Okay, let me get a drink.
Mm-hmm.
Jolie, you are not watching Titanic. How in the world this kid has turned this remote control over to the Titanic, the movie? Okay.
He might be a star witness. They're trying to protect. That's what QB said.
Ooh, yeah. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a good theory. Okay. When I was investigating the orange van in 2003, I learned that the registered owner of the van was Terry Borden. So I contacted him at his property on Service Road and asked to interview him. I was immediately struck by the obvious criminal element present on his property. What? I was immediately struck by the obvious criminal element present on his property. I recall.
There's a bunch of people that look.
Oh, okay. I recall seeing a number of men and women there with obvious gang tattoos who were employees of Borden's moving and rigging. While I was made to feel unwelcome by several employees on the property, the owner did agree to speak with me. When I asked about his van, this child is killing me. She is wearing me out. God. When I asked him about this van that was stolen and set on fire on Christmas in 2002, Borden indicated that it was an inside job, meaning that one of his own employees had stolen the vehicle. This struck me as significant in that if the van was taken by one of Borden's own employees, the logical reason for setting the van on fire would be to destroy evidence in it in order to cover up a crime it was used in the commission of, since if evidence inside it were to be discovered, it could easily be linked back to one of the employees.
Mm-hmm.
I later learned that a man named Philip Lout was part of the criminal network. Jolie. I think her daddy gave her sugar. I later learned that a man named
Get Jenny back.
Oh God, right? I later learned that a man named Philip Lout was a part of the criminal network associated with burglaries in La Loma, including Todd and others I suspected may have been involved in the Medina burglary. I learned that Lout was the son-in-law, of Terry Borden. Quit, Jolie. I attempted to interview Lout, but was unable to do so. He was in prison in Oklahoma. Lout is now deceased. Okay.
They're all dropping.
right? Like flies.
Mhm.
In 2017, after learning more about the orange van that was intentionally set on fire in the airport district on December 25th, and reviewing a police report documenting an interview with Mike Chiavetta,
Mhm.
he told police on December 26th that 2 days earlier, on the morning of the 24th, he was out running in the East Laloma Park and recalled seeing an orange Caltrans Blazer type vehicle parked near the tennis courts. I contacted Mr. Chiavetta and interviewed him. I asked him if he recalled reporting that he had seen a 15-year-old orange Blazer type vehicle with square headlights that resembled an old Caltrans vehicle in Laloma Park the morning of December 24th. He immediately stated, "Oh, Jolie, oh my God, you guys, somebody's going to have to come get her." Hold on a minute.
Okay.
God. Jolie Mae? Oh, sorry. I'm muted.
That's Jennifer coming out.
Jolie Mae, get up there.
She thought she was muted.
Okay, I'll turn the light off. Maybe that'll help.
Turn out the light.
Gosh. Calm down. Sit down. Okay. Now. Wait. I need to
Oh, that creepy van.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Chiavetta immediately stated, "Oh, that creepy van, that gave me bad vibes." He did not describe the vehicle as a Blazer, but instead as a van. He said that there were 3 men that he described as gangbangers around the van. Hmm. When Jolie, when recalling the van, he displayed a physical reaction to the memory of the van, unconsciously mimicking both fear and shock. Well, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I found his reaction to be very authentic and believable, as if he was having a visceral reaction to the memory as it was coming back to him.
That's strange.
I asked Mr. I know, right? I asked
Mhm.
Mr. Chiavetta where in the park he saw the van, and he explained that it was near the tennis courts on the east end of the park. The map below depicts the location of the van as indicated. Okay.
Well, see, their house was right in between the spot where he saw it and where it was found burned out.
Exactly. Like, and it's a straight shot. It's like boom, boom.
Yeah. Interesting.
Get your tablet and go sit down.
Wait till you read the next sentence.
Mr. Chiavetta told me that no one from the police department ever contacted him to follow. Wait, what? Mr. Chiavetta told me that no one from the police department ever contacted him to follow up on his report about seeing the orange van in the park. Of course not. Why would they?
Yeah.
Based on my experience and the results of my 21-year-long investigation into this case, I'm surprised that law enforcement did not do more to investigate the evidence recovered from the orange van that was set on fire in the airport district the morning of December 25th and possible related crimes.
Aren't we all surprised by this?
Well, I would really like to know what the prosecution, what the prosecution's excuse is for not,
Yeah.
like what their excuse is for, or what their reasoning, I guess, to
Right.
like ignore it, you know?
Yeah. I'd be interested to know that too.
Steph says, I'm shocked, absolutely flabbergasted. Please, Steph, please transfer your sleepiness to my child, please. Lord have mercy. Let's see. Uh,
56.
in my investigation into that crime, I was unable to uncover any evidence indicating that the Modesto. Do you hear this child?
Mm-mm. What's she doing?
She's over here making farting, raspberry blowing noises. Okay, go sit down. Stop. Okay. You guys don't ever get this much of her, right? I usually keep everything pretty
Usually-
calm.
Yeah, in and out too, usually.
Yeah, right? So, anyway, now you get the full on version.
She's so cute though.
She is very cute, and she's really a good, well behaved, right?
Yeah.
But it's late, and she's trying to. It's that
Stay awake.
that late night, trying to keep herself awake. You know,
Right. Right. Everybody's got to have a little energy burst now and then.
Mm-hmm. Um. Where was I?
56, I think.
Yeah, I'd started that one. In my investigation into that crime, I was unable to uncover any evidence indicating that the Modesto Police Department made a serious effort to make any arrest in that crime or even find suspects who may have been involved or others with knowledge of the circumstances surrounding that crime. Nor did police investigate whether the orange van had a possible connection to the abduction of Laci Peterson and or use in any other crimes. In my view, the van's links to criminal elements in the community and the timing and circumstances of its discovery in relation to the disappearance of Laci Peterson leave a lot of unanswered questions that law enforcement investigators failed to pursue. 100%. Scent dog evidence. What? I also reviewed police reports detailing the immediate efforts undertaken to locate Laci after she was reported missing, including the use of scent dogs to trail her scent on December 26th. My review of those scent dog reports indicates to me that the scent trail detected by Merlin, the bloodhound handled by Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department Reserve Officer Cindy Valentin, went from the Petersons' home in the direction of the area of the airport district, not far from 1406 Tenaya, where Todd and Pierce lived and where they were both arrested. Went from the Petersons' home in the direction of the area.
Right.
Both admitted to committing the Medina burglary. The trail Merlin followed also ended very close to the home of the suspects I believe may have been involved in the Medina burglary. I personally walked the route where Cindy Valentin documented her dog Merlin had trailed Laci's scent. I observed that a few blocks further east from where Merlin was told to stop trailing is where the burned orange van was located in the alleyway behind Thrasher. A few blocks further east from where Merlin was told to stop. Oh, okay, so where he was told to stop. So I wonder if he would have kept on going if he would have went straight to that van.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
I take the scent dogs with a grain of salt. I think that they're very, I think it was Steph or Kel or somebody in here the other day had said they're excellent tools, but they're not the like end all be all, you know.
Right.
Valentine tested that Merlin lost the scent. Oh wait, testified that
Yeah.
Merlin lost the scent, and she stopped the search at the Gallo parking lot. Based on my review of Mr. Peterson's statement to police, he left home the morning of December 24th and drove west to his office. But Merlin did not trail Laci's scent in the direction of the route Mr. Peterson reported taking to his office and warehouse the morning of December 24th. Instead, the trail went south towards the airport district area, toward the area where Todd Pierce and others I suspect were involved in the burglary lived and where the burned orange van was located.
That's
Depicted below is
interesting.
a map indicating the route Scott told police he took to his office and warehouse. On December 24th in blue and Laci's scent trail Merlin picked up on December 26th is in red. I walked the route indicated in red below and was struck by how, although the trails led to the airport district, law enforcement ignored this evidence even though it tended to corroborate a connection between the burglary, the burn van, and Laci's disappearance. So here's
Right.
that map. So yeah, they go in the complete opposite. So here's the Petersons' home circled in yellow, and
Right.
Scott's route is the blue line, and the bloodhound scent is the red line that goes in a pretty much a straight, but it veers off and then comes back
Mm-hmm.
where the suspects lived and where the burnt van was at.
Right.
Based on my decades of experience as an investigative journalist and my independent investigation into the facts and evidence of this case, it does not appear that MPD conducted a meaningful investigation into the date of the Medina burglary, whether Stephen Todd saw Laci Peterson the morning of the 24th after Mr. Peterson left home for the day, or the orange van being possibly connected to Laci's disappearance and murder.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, the jury did not hear any evidence concerning the burned van.
See?
Yeah. As a result, the jury did not hear any evidence concerning the burned van, nor did the jury hear that there were possible bloodstains observed on the mattress in the back of the burned van, or that the
Mm-hmm.
orange van was observed at the park the morning she disappeared, or that the following day, an orange van fitting the same description was found on fire at a location not far from where Todd lived, or that Merlin trailed Laci's scent in the direction of the neighborhood where Todd lived, as well as others I suspect were involved in the burglary and where the burned orange van was located the morning after Laci disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Eyewitnesses who reported seeing Laci and or Mackenzie. How many more pages have we got, Morgana?
About 3
Okay. I interviewed
or
the following. Huh?
or 2.5, something like that.
Okay. I interviewed the following eyewitnesses who reported. Little girl. I interviewed the following eyewitnesses who reported to the police that they had seen Laci walking a dog in the La Loma neighborhood the morning of the 24th, or in some instances, the witnesses saw only the Petersons' dog, Mackenzie, without Laci, but whose reports were not seriously investigated, or in some instances, not investigated at all. In 2013, Leora Garcia reported to me that she saw a tan van pulled over along the curb at a La Loma Park entrance, not far from where the other eyewitnesses reported seeing Laci Peterson walking that morning. The van's tires squealed when the van pulled away, and the door was shut quickly, leaving a quilted coat or blanket sticking out the door. Ms.
That's
Garcia
the
told
chick we read about earlier, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Garcia told me she also saw a dog that fit the description of the Petersons' dog, dragging a red leash with no one else around. Leora Garcia struck me as a very reliable witness because she seemed to pay great attention to detail. She was a driving instructor at the time. Okay, yeah, the driving instructor. And she
Mm-hmm.
was in a car with a student driver. So her primary duty at the time she observed what she reported was to be surveying the surroundings to ensure her student driver was not heading toward any harm. I found Ms. Garcia to be very credible. In 2015, Victoria's Pouches also reported to police that she had seen a dog. Oh my God.
Breathe.
In 2015, Victoria Pouches also reported to police that she'd seen a dog fitting the description of the Petersons' dog when she was jogging in La Loma Park the morning of December 24th. When I interviewed Miss Pouches, I asked her if she was certain it was the Petersons' dog she saw that morning, and she stated that she was certain. I spent several years trying to track down John Brazil, a man who worked for the city parks department and who was in and around La Loma Park almost every day in 2002. He was in La Loma Park on December 24th because some kids had asked him to put nets up on the basketball courts on his day off, and he agreed to do so. Hold on a minute. Jolie, give me the remote. She went and turned the volume up on me. Hold on a minute. Oh my God. Jolie, hold on, baby. Hold on. We'll play it back in a minute, okay? Mommy's almost done. You need to get him up here and lay down with Mom. Sit down up here with Mommy. All right. Where did it go? Oh, the nets, the basketball.
Yeah.
He reported that he saw the golden lab dragging its leash go by with a woman he thought was pregnant following behind. I was finally able to interview Mr. Brazil by telephone in 2016. I asked him if he believed the woman was Laci, and he stated that he knew the Rochas. I don't know how you say that last name. I don't know if it's Rochas or Roaches, but
I don't either.
specifically
one.
that Laci and Brent, because they were involved in student activities when they were younger. So the Rochas or Roaches or whatever is Laci's family.
Right.
Mr. Brazil told me the woman he saw with the dog on the 24th very well could have been Laci Peterson. And then in quotes, he says, "In my gut, I believe it was Laci." In 2013, I interviewed Gene Pedrioli, who reported to the police that he had seen Laci walking a dog near the park entrance at Edgebrook and La Loma, which is a location I knew was near where other witnesses reported seeing Laci that morning. Mr. Pedrioli told me Laci was having trouble controlling the dog, and she had kind of a scared look on her. When Mr. Pedrioli sounds like some kind of pasta,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Get up there, baby. When Mr. Pedrioli saw the news and photo of Laci reporting that she was missing and that no one had seen her since December 23rd, he went to the police station to report that he had seen her walking her dog the morning of the 24th. He told me the police were not interested in hearing what he had to say, so he left and he did not go back. I reviewed an email dated February the 2nd, 2003, that Mr. Pedrioli's co-worker sent to the email address that was set up to help find Laci, stating that Mr. Pedrioli attempted to report what he had seen to the police, but no one seemed interested in hearing it. Mr. Pedrioli is now deceased. The email is below regarding possible sighting of Laci Peterson. Message: I worked with a guy that says he's seen her on the morning of her disappearance. He lives close to where she lived. He says he's seen her standing by. Do you want to put this on? Okay. Jolie, hold on a second. I'm so close. So close to being done. She's wanting to play the stinking guitar. Are you kidding me?
Always like the guitars.
Oh my Lord. The email. I work with a guy that says he's seen her on the morning of her disappearance. He lives close to where she lived. He says he's seen her standing by the west side of the park with the dog. It was in the morning. He told me he went to the police station, reported it, but no one seemed to take it seriously. If he could show you the spot, he says he's seen her there. Maybe some sort of clue or evidence still there. His name is Gene Pedrioli, and his home number is blah, blah, blah. Trial prosecutor Flatiger and MPD lead detective Craig Grogan. Because Mr. Peterson's trial was moved from Modesto to Redwood City, both trial teams had to try the case away from home. The prosecution team and law enforcement witnesses tended to stay at one hotel, the Marriott Residence Inn, while the defense team stayed at other hotels. I was hopeful to establish a relationship with the prosecution and detectives, so I purposely stayed at the Marriott. Look at you. Over the 6 months I was staying at the hotel, I frequently saw trial prosecutor Burgett Flatiger, I don't know, and Detective Craig Grogan together apart from others. I noticed interactions between them that appeared to be progressively familiar, such as unnecessary touching and smiling. Ooh. Than what one typically sees among professional colleagues. Well. The interactions I observed appeared to become more and more obvious over time. At some point, started noticing similar interactions in court. I heard other detectives. Jolie, hold on a minute, little girl. I heard other detectives speculating as to why Grogan was staying at the hotel away from home for months. Oh, well. Later, toward the end of the trial, I was told by colleagues that there were rumors they had had a romantic relationship. Well, I mean, obviously, right?
Sounds like it.
I later confirmed with a person who had personal knowledge of the affair between those two.
Yeah.
That the two were engaged in an extramarital affair, and that some of Detective Grogan's friends and colleagues were actually concerned about how the affair was affecting him personally and emotionally. I've reviewed this declaration in its entirety, and it is accurate to the best of my knowledge. I declare under penalty, blah, 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 that this is the truth. And we are done. And this was dated 12/20/23.
23, yep.
Which was brought out a month ago.
Oh, you fell out. You went out. I didn't hear you.
I mean, 12/20/23. That was like a month ago.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so this is super fresh stuff, right?
Right. Definitely. And very interesting.
Yeah, we're calling it done for tonight, but going into our next one is going to be this declaration of the fire dude.
Oh, yeah.
On this van. So, yeah, I'm anxious to get into that.
Yeah.
But we will be doing that tomorrow.
Yep.
So, 322 page number. I'm just going to leave it there.
322.
Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that here too. 322
Yeah. I'll write it here on my paper.
page 322. All right. So thank you guys for hanging out with me for this long, and thank you, Morgana,
Thank you.
and thank you for you guys putting up with little Miss Heifer here for the last hour or however long I've been out here with her. So
Oh, she's fine.
yeah, I know. Lee said, and the initials are the same as the signature, I'm betting. What? Initials are the same as the signature? What's he talking about?
Oh. Lee said earlier she will see that in about 30 minutes, Steph, and will
my
not
God.
remember what you were talking about. LOL.
Hey, Lordy.
They were talking
On
while we were reading, or you were reading.
Oh,
We missed some of that.
yeah.
Sorry,
probably.
guys.
She will see that in about 30 minutes, Steph, and will not remember what you were talking about. Oh, the second way, she's Portuguese. Okay, apparently I said a name wrong, and I'm sure I did.
Yeah. I'm not good with names either, so that's easy to do.
I'll have to go back and read through these comments. You guys are awesome though for hanging in this long. All right, you guys.
Okay.
So, court is at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Court will be
Everybody.
at 10. So, I think they're supposed to get back together at 9 in the morning, but yeah, Rosha, Shaw,
Cha. I don't know.
Rocha.
Rocha. Steph's probably laughing at us.
I know, right? God.
All right.
So it is Rocha. Rocha. Yeah.
I don't know.
That's the Laci's. And how did I not know that Laci was Portuguese?
I thought Steph told us yesterday or day before or whenever.
That's what I'm saying. She mentioned it, but I had no idea about it until I saw her say that.
Yeah, I think she said something in chat. I don't know which day, but
I know, right? QB Design. She says all these people have the most difficult names.
Rocha.
Me and Morgan are both. We both said, "Hey, stop." We both said Rocha, and then we went Rocha.
Rocha.
All right, you guys. I will see
I'm
you
out
in
of
the
here.
morning. I want to put this child to bed, and I'm going to bed. So,
All right. Night, everybody. Bye. See you later.
good night. Bye, everybody. I love you. Thanks for hanging out the entire time, and we'll see you back in the morning. I'm wore out. This was a long one tonight. So,
Yeah. It was. See you
all
tomorrow.
right. Bye, guys.